All right, people. So, damn, we ended the other live because the conversation changed, and I wanted to change the title. So that's what we're doing right now. Now, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the definition of consent. Let me see. I spelled it wrong the first time, so Google had to help me. Hold on. All right, so I spelled consent wrong. Sorry. Definition of consent. Consent. Permission for something to happen or agreement to do something. Let me read this word one more time for the people
Definitely.
in the back. Consent. Permission for something to happen or agreement to do something. Verb. Give
Hmm.
permission for something to happen. Give permission. That's what the word consent means. Now, all right, let's talk about the age of consent. Hold on.
But when we talk about the age of consent, that means the consent to, you said the definition is to allow something to, or agree of something to happen, for something to
Right,
happen. What
right.
is that something that is happening?
Now, the age of consent. No, the word consent means to give agreement. Now, the age of consent makes it as if um the consent is automatic, right? So if you put an age on consent, then that means that they're old enough to agree to having sex specifically.
Okay.
And the land that you live in sets that age as to where you're not considered a minor. Because right, a minor can't can't consent because that's an adult act. It's an adult act because it has a lot of responsibility attached to it, and it has a lot of emotion attached to it that an underdeveloped brain may not be able to handle or compartmentalize properly, right?
Not only that, we already know that that is the number one key factor to creating life. So,
Right,
to preserve the innocence, I would want to believe to preserve the innocence of younger boys and girls or whatever, and
uh huh,
not having them have to have children at 12 and 13 and 14 and all that, young when they're still growing and developing themselves, not really financially able to, take care of a kid like that when they're still a kid themselves. I feel like these numbers are definitely placed. That comes to thought too. I'm sure. I'm sure that has to be part of the equation because it only makes sense. Why would you want a kid out here having a child? You know,
right,
so
exactly.
I'm assuming that that has to be like a deciding factor as well. Now at the age of 15 and 16, yeah, you can get you a little summer job here or whatever. But we know it takes more than that to raise a kid. In which ultimately happens is the family, the mom and dad, whoever the minor is living with, they all have to come together and help raise, help put pitch in and all that good stuff. But
Right,
the moral part of it is to think about like letting that child ex- at least become an adult before, or closest to an adult as possible before
right,
that happens to them. Because that can put a
right,
hold on your life. And I mean that's not necessarily the government or the country's responsibility. That's like parents and how you raise your child. But still, those laws are still put in place to protect children for that reason as well. Sexual diseases, uh, just experiencing all that shit like at a young age. There got to be some consequences for that if it's too young.
right, right. And but my thing is right before we ended this, we were kind of sparked this in my head, which because when something just doesn't, something just seems off, just like anyone else. Like I'm like, okay, so what does that mean then? You know, all right. So if the age of consent is 16, right, at the lowest across all states, right, that's the youngest age set by the government, the federal government. Well, it's not federal; it's state level, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
It's state based. Nobody's bold enough to go under 15 and say a 15-year-old is old enough to consent, right? So no one's bold enough to go under 15, but I'm pretty sure a lot of them do. But that's when you have the stipulations and all that other shit and the consent. So if the age of consent is 16 at the lowest, right? I'm looking at it like this: if the age of consent is 16 at the lowest, um, what is wait, let me see, the minimum age of marriage, right? What was it, Massachusetts? What did it say?
Alaska.
15, was it 15 or 14?
Alaska.
No, Massachusetts was worse. Hold on.
Oh, okay, 12 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Georgia didn't have a minimum.
Georgia didn't, but it was something that said that. Okay, let me just go back. Hold on. Because I know I was looking at it just now. It was Massachusetts, I believe. Was it Massachusetts?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it was Massachusetts because I put minimum.
I know Alaska was 14 to get married with parental consent. I'm assuming.
What did it say? Minimum age of marriage, right? That's the fuck I was looking up, right? Or did I look it up somewhere else? I'm tripping. Am I tripping? I don't know. Hold on. Let me see.
No, you're right.
Let me go to my history. Because it said we were looking at Massachusetts, and Massachusetts said, okay, so I looked up the locksmith guy, states minimum age of marriage, statutes, compilations, states minimum age. Okay, boom, I found it. This was one. 9 states have age of marriage. Hold on. It said Massachusetts was as low as 14. I just fucking saw it. See, I hate Google sometimes. I really do. Marriage statistics, blah 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 blah. Statutory compilation, no. Damn it. All right. So maybe I don't know why it's not popping up back again, but y'all saw it on the screen. It said, what up, Gen X? Salute. Hit the Cash App. It said that it was 14 for, it said California and another state doesn't, but the it was like a waiver, right? What is it called when they have the parental permission? What is it? What's that word? Y'all know the damn word. If the parents say it's okay or they have permission, what's it called? You're muted. I can't hear you.
Like a parental agreement or something?
No, when they when the parents allow it. I can't hear Sterling. Sterling, you're muted. Can't hear you, bro. Yeah, his audio might be fucking up, bruh. Massachusetts has a weird like age allowance. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for it. I can't find it. Hold on. Because it's like they allow marriage. What? See? I got ad block. I'm not using ad block. Fuck you.
Because observance said is it parental supervision. Got the word you're looking for?
Yo, apparently Massachusetts people is fighting against Massachusetts with this fucking bro, I wish I could find it. Hold on, I gotta go to my history one more time.
Because people are fighting over it because you actually got like
it's stupid. They don't want that shit.
you got people out here that are trying to solicit like young 12-year-olds and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see, 10 something, 10 something. Okay, so I was looking for that for 4 minutes. So is marriage statistics? I looked it up there. Age of marriage, age of consent, minimum age of marriage. It's not giving me the fucking thing. 17. We looked at this chart, bro. This is so weird. Oh, okay, okay. Looking at this is weird. All right, let me see. I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try one more link, and then I'm gonna just say fuck it because I'm gonna just have to find it. Marriage age in the U.S. I want to say it's this one, but I'm not a fucking robot. What the hell, bro? What? Now it won't let me look at it.
Yeah,
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I don't doubt it. We on a very sensitive subject that people get really triggered about.
No, I'm saying I can't find it. I can't find the page.
Really, it might not be that important to know these specific numbers because, like you said, we saw it. So
Right. We did see it. Okay.
So let me help you out a little bit.
Damn.
There's two different charts. There's one that says how young you can get married, but state by state. There's one that says how young you have to be to consent to intercourse.
Right.
And what we saw was that, let's take the one, for example, on intercourse, the numbers vary.
Right.
We saw that the numbers on consent vary. What we saw was that the age of consent, the minimum was 16 and above to have intercourse.
Mm-hmm.
And what I think we saw about the one that says the minimum age to get married were the lowest number I saw.
It's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Okay.
There it is, right there.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so the smallest number we saw was 12, but it varied. And then Georgia had a dash, which
Wow.
I don't know what that means. Let's assume they don't have a minimum because that's what I would take it as, but we don't know. So boom, we could go from there. You know what I mean? Like
Parental consent. Thanks. Sorry. Thanks, observing stuff. Salute, observing stuff.
I was trying to say
Go
that.
ahead.
My mic was fucked up.
Yeah.
Parental consent to get married. You can get married younger. So, but I would like to stick on the subject of, and it's your channel, but to address them separately. You know what I mean? Like the age of consent to have intercourse.
Right.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay. So yeah, exactly. So we can have Miranda on the bottom.
Oh my god. Put me on top of where's 420?
Oh, that's good. All right, cool. All right, so let me see. We got salute, observing stuff. Let me see here. I was trying to cut my volume up so I could hear you guys better. Give me a second. So yeah. So exactly. So what does marriage mean, right? You're what, an annulment or you're coming together as one, right?
Right.
So who is out here trying to come together as one with 12-year-old girls? Like that's the whose brain says a 12-year-old girl, yeah, she can give, because that's pretty much saying that 12 for girls in Massachusetts, that's their consent age, without saying it.
Now, what if it was just to make it even, just to switch it up just a little bit? What if it was just like, two parents that wanted their kids to like link up with their children? You know how parents try to marry kids and stuff like.
Yeah.
Now, what if it was something like that, where it was like a 12-year-old girl getting married to like a 14-year-old boy? Like, would you be more okay with that versus a grown man, like someone over like the age of, over the age of 17, 18, trying to marry a 12-year-old girl? You know what I mean? Like, would it look more?
Still too
be
young.
more acceptable? Yeah, but I would rather it be that way. I'd rather a 14-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy marry the 12-year-old girl. At least they're still close in age difference, so it doesn't, if that's what they're trying to do, they can grow together and learn each other. But damn,
divorce rate would probably be pretty high. That would be the only problem. You know, you marry that young, think about it. By the time you're 20, 25, you might not want to be married to that same person. Just saying.
Yeah. And I'm sure.
Okay. So, um, all right. So even if you say that, right, I still have kind of an issue with okaying. Like, I understand like some adults are like they're gonna do it anyway, so just regulate it, right? But I mean, that's like bending to the will of children. If you give kids whatever they want, this world's gonna go to shit in like a week. Nothing's gonna get imported and exported but video games, Mountain Dew, and computer parts. You see what I'm saying? Or beer, depending on the state you live in, and definitely weed and Molly. But so I mean, I understand that, but why not like steer them somewhere else? Like, you fucking somebody for the rest of your life shouldn't be the first thing on your mind when you're like 14, 12. Because we all know, we've been there, that's all that was on our mind anyways. And the whole big part of like parenting and growing kids up is like, yeah, I know you can use those parts, but it's shit that comes from that.
Yeah.
And you alone, and definitely this person that's around your age, does not have the resources to handle the responsibilities of what you're doing. And that's what I'm saying. Because at the end of the day, it's a continuation, right? I'm trying to get past the creepy part of allowing children to feel like that's okay. I'm trying to get past that part, and I'm just trying to talk about the technical part, which is like being able to provide for that responsibility that you have now. Helping young kids understand the responsibility that comes with just being able to produce a child, period, or having sex in general. So I don't know, man. It just seems weird.
It is weird.
I know they have like things like, okay, that's why they put 14 and 12, right? Because it's like 2 years apart. So I mean, like 420 said, if a 14-year-old falls in love with a 14-year-old, that's like a common life thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a young boy, if a girl walks past you fast enough and brushes the front of your pants, you're in love. Like at the very least. So I wouldn't say that's necessarily informed or a well thought out decision by that young boy. And there should be an adult there to tell him like, hey, your mind and your body is making you feel things. It's not going to make you feel those same things all the time forever. Other things are going to become more important to you, like the shit you want to do, being able to sit down and hear nothing. How about that? Like, you're going to give up all of that. Like, so,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like the conversation should lean the children towards what comes from those acts instead of like bending to their will because a couple of them did it in the shed and had some illegitimate children that the community now has to take care of. You're not going to eliminate that by saying, yeah, it's cool. If she's 12 and she's 14 and he's 14, like, you know, get them hitched. At least if they're married, they can have their income together, some kind of structure. I don't know. Kids that age should be like falling and rolling around in the dirt and shit. Girls that age should be fucking playing hopscotch, double dutch. You know,
I agree.
still saying boys are nasty and disgusting, I guess. But you know,
At 12,
I don't know.
yeah. No.
I don't know.
Like, no.
I don't.
No. Not for
Go ahead.
me. No.
What about Octavius? Salute. What do you think, Miranda? I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I shouldn't be speaking for the girl side, but at 14, for me, I mean, dude, if I grew up in a state and I was 14, and you'd have put a 14-year-old girl in front of me that I liked or whatever, like, cause at 14, I was in a situation where I thought I was in love or whatever. I'm so glad I was in a situation where there were adults there that was like, no, we're gonna separate y'all. Like, it got to a point where they was like, nah, we're gonna separate y'all. Cause the way my neighborhood was set up, we had basements, We had the top of the building where the janitor never locked that bitch because he'd be up there smoking and forget. Man, it was too many spots, and like they was like, nah, we got to get her away from him, and that's what it was. And I had to deal with that. I'm like, man, she hate me. I ain't never talked to her again, bro. It was probably her peoples. I
I wish my
had
parents
to
would have
accept it.
done that because at 14 I was sexually active.
And hey, I knew a lot of girls at 14 that was, you know what I mean?
I, yeah,
Hold on,
13.
real quick.
Like
Nah,
I
keep it
said,
going. Keep it going.
I feel like that comes just from parents just have to be in their kids' life and have them type of talks, or at least try to. You know, I know all kids is going not gonna listen. You know, they obviously got to go to school and be out of your presence for some time of the day, but at least try to have a good understanding and a good relationship with your kids, so that way they're able to trust what you're telling them when it comes down to like sex and shit. You know, you're gonna be the
Yeah,
parent
because
that's stuck at home helping with the kids, so that's all. All it's gonna do is fall back on you. So
I
mm,
agree 100%. So like the parents play a big role in it. Probably the biggest role. Have to.
yeah, they have
yeah,
to. Mine didn't watch me. They didn't. They were too busy doing what they were doing.
right.
They were into drugs really bad, so I wasn't necessarily, yeah, watched over like I should have been. So got into all that early, and then by 17, I was in a relationship.
Hmm.
So,
But at least at least you can say like you didn't like you didn't have kids too young. You know, like
that's
young.
true. No, I didn't have a kid till I was 21 because as soon as my mom found out, she rushed me to the clinic and she got me put on birth control.
Right.
Soon as she found out. And
Yeah. See, by
yeah,
21, you already an adult. You already you make your own decisions at that point in time. So
yeah, I made my own decision. I mean, I wouldn't trade my kids, but sometimes I wish I would have waited a little bit.
yeah. But see, it all goes back to that word. How can I put that word settling down? That's what that word really means is you're ready to, give up a lot of that bullshit, chasing women, chasing men, whatever, clubbing, partying, having a good time. You ready to like actually settle down now and have children and because you've already done got all that out of your system. And, even though you may still go out with your peoples or whatever, but y'all know what I
Hmm.
mean. Like, you can't at 21, you're not settled down.
I know I wasn't. I'm still not. I'm older than that. I'm a lot older than that. I'm still not.
Right,
I was
you know what I
about to
mean?
say, what if you go through a period like where you are settled down and you, I don't know, can you
Yeah.
switch in and out of that, you know?
Yeah, you can for sure. People do it all the time, but I'm just trying to give more of a more, I guess, positive reference as far as taking taking those type of things into perspective. Like, obviously, if you're a party animal, you probably don't want to be having kids, shit.
Right.
But it
And I
happens.
wasn't at all. I was like, nope, I'm going to be stuck like this forever. This is what I want to do. I want to go ahead and have kids. So,
If you're not, if you just met this person, you're about to sleep with them, you probably want to wrap it up, so you ain't got to have no one night stand babies and shit like that.
yeah, definitely.
Stuff like
Don't want that.
stuff like that that where like 14-year-olds and 13-year-olds and 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds slip up at not
Yeah.
protection, falling victim to that type of shit. I
Hmm.
think at like 14 for sure, I knew I had sperm already at 14, 15, you know what I'm saying? So it was all
Hmm.
I needed was a young girl that had already started her cycle and shit. We could have created a kid
Hmm.
back then.
And cycles start at 11, 12 for the
Yeah. But
average woman. Like if you're past the age of 14 and still haven't started a cycle, they actually start to get worried. 16.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, it was really early. 11,
So,
I believe. So.
so I was really interested in hearing what y'all think about it. Um, I got some really, I agree with some of the things that have been said, and I disagree, and I got some hot takes. So I just wanted to hear y'all's opinion first. So
You
I
good,
kind of
bro? I mean, shit, however you feel, that's
I don't like that.
sure.
I can't see you.
You can't see me right now.
No, I'm talking about
Oh,
below
who?
me.
Who? Oh,
The
420. Yeah,
comments covering. Yeah.
yeah. But I wanted to say that I'm waiting for the host to return, and then I'm gonna say all kind of crazy shit. So brace yourself. But
Okay.
again, I'm not interested in children. My feelings on that is I would only date adults. Okay, so don't just relax. But I do have some different opinions. I'm just gonna hold them back for a while because I want to listen to what y'all think.
No, go ahead.
no, you good, bro.
Go
I want to
ahead.
hear it. You good. You good. I ain't gonna judge at all. Cause I know some men may feel like some girls are able to capably make those decisions at like 14 and 12 and 13. You know, and in the way this society is set up, shit, there are some girls that are mature at a young age. So I see, how the ages and shit varies. I guess I don't know.
And that's I think you nailed it. The age varies. And I'm still gonna hold back because I want him to hear this. I want to talk to him first, and uh, but yeah. I have a different opinion that I hope you'll at least hear me out. Thank you.
Pause. Yeah. Mm, not anywhere.
What I think is like that. What it really comes down to is body autonomy. All right, meaning like what should you have the right to do with your own body, right?
Right? Yeah.
Because and then not going to get distracted, or at least I hope not. But then it could also build into a bigger conversation with what age should you be able to get a tattoo? What age should you be able to consent to sex? What age should you be able to take drugs or alcohol? What age should you be able to do what you want with your body?
Right. Right.
Uh, but specifically on this subject of intercourse, um, and I already warned the other guys, but I'm going to tell you this is a hot take, and I've been thinking about this since I went on those streams. And hear me out. I think that once you put a number on it, you lose. Let's say you put the number 18, right? Which, by the
Right.
way, everybody on that Locksmith channel thinks it should be 18. And if you even ask, should it be lower, they're going to come at you and dox you and come at you hard. And again, I'm not saying this for myself, guys. Like, so relax. But like, here's what I'm saying. If you put the number 18 on it, I could find an example of a 19-year-old who's not ready for
Oh
whatever
yeah.
for whatever reason. And
Sure.
I could find an example of a 17-year-old that is ready.
Right.
Right? But
Right.
but who am I to tell another person what they can do with their body? And who am I to put a number on it? And anybody who does put a number on it, I'd have to say, where'd you get that number from? Did you just make it up? Or is it based on some sort of science and studies? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So
Sure.
your base body. What did you say?
body
But
autonomy, I'm not good at spelling.
body autonomy, and you're not considering like the brain maturation, the age of the brain.
Oh, absolutely. And if yeah, that's a great point. So let me finish. What I'm saying is, I am actually thinking about the brain maturation. It's just that the brain matures at different ages for different people, and
Right.
like what you said for 420, right? You said the
Yeah.
age
Yep. Yep.
varies in which a person matures. Some people, one second. Some people mature later in life for whatever reason, you know. And so once you put an age on it, a number on it, you number one, you just pull that number out of your ass. No disrespect to anyone. I'm just saying generally anyone,
Yeah.
because it's not based on any science. You just made up a number. And then, so what I would say is that there should not be a number on it. And hear me out. Hold on.
Yeah, because I'm.
Okay, hold on. Listen to this stuff. Because how old do you have? What's the minimum age you have to be tried as an adult for murder?
Man, sometimes they'll try these motherfuckers at like 15 to be
Thank you.
an adult and shit like that.
Because
You
they
know?
calculate it, and
Yeah.
yeah.
What do
Because
you
I
mean?
know Miranda's she's in school for this type of like as far as like these type of behaviors and shit, as far as the ages and like people brain developments and why certain things are the way they are because people, are even maybe even old enough to fathom the thought of certain things, and I understand that. But then, like we said, there are some people that are mature enough. There's, like you said, bro, I know a fucking 18-year-old that could probably handle a kid right now, 17-year-old, but I know a 25-year-old that you shouldn't even never get his motherfucker a kid ever. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
True. But I think people grow up at a rate like whatever their lifestyle gives them. Like, for instance, somebody grew up harder, they had to, mature faster, and then some people are really spoiled and babied, and they're still kids at 25 years old. So,
Right. Right. And
um,
see, and more or less, like I said, that's why. Oh, Jeanette's in the back. I don't know if Preach is there. Is Preach right there still?
He let me in. Right.
oh,
Oh,
there
shit.
Welcome,
Oh,
Jeanette.
shit.
Welcome.
Sorry.
Oh, see, I'm looking at it more or less. Uh, like I said, I'm looking at like where is this 14-year-old at in their life when it comes down to having kids and possibly catching an STD or what I'm saying, possibly getting like raped or something like that. Like, I mean, not everybody's gonna follow the rules, especially 14 and 15-year-olds that are like neck and neck in age. I'm sure that they have sex a lot, whatever. But
hmm
I think to me the bigger picture is, there's life that could be brought out of that shit, and there's responsibility, and it really just sets up that child, that baby that's gonna be born by these 13 and 14 and 15-year-old parents. It just sets them up for like a different type of lifestyle when they get older to either repeat the cycle or like not it may not be all the way good for them because their parents weren't even grown when they had them. They're growing up and still going through their fuck ups, but they got a kid. So the kid goes through it too, unless
Yep.
grandparents step up and help and all that good stuff.
One of the group homes I worked in was for just teen mothers.
Yeah.
So the youngest one was an 11-year-old with twins.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
And it doesn't matter how mature they seem. The fact of the matter is they are still children.
Hmm.
No child should have to grow up to that capacity like that fast. It's not okay. It's
So then, like we said, the legal age of consent, that's a wide term. And, like I get what he's saying when he's saying when you put numbers on it, it kind of throws things off just a little bit because a 14-year-old has no business, in my opinion, with an 18-year-old. But does that mean that 14-year-old is not couldn't potentially have sex with a 15-year-old or another 14-year-old? You know what I'm saying? Like,
they
you
shouldn't
know,
be, but yeah.
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so consent, is there's gray areas in that
Well,
shit,
you
I
know,
feel
Mm.
my birth parents were both 15.
I was
till they
gonna
were
say
both
that,
15.
Jeanette. My parents were My mother was 14, and my dad was 16 when they met,
Hmm.
and they
Right.
married, and till my mom passed, they were together. So yeah.
Now don't get me wrong. Um, Back in the days, I would say these 50s, 60s and all that, not that it made it right, but you probably you maybe did see something like that going on where the 14, 16-year-old got the 14-year-old pregnant, and you know what, just common law, they got married and they stayed together just because that's what we had, that's how we was raised. You got her knocked up, she's yours, you know what I mean? Just that whole concept, like obviously it's not really too much value like that today, but um like I said, like I
Yeah.
think there's two sides to it. There's the innocent side to it where there's just two teens experimenting with each other and they got caught up, but then there's a sick side to it too, where it's these grown men, 20, R. Kelly's and shit like that out here, like, you know, I ain't
I
talking about a 40-year-old man talking
oh,
messing with a 25-year-old girl. I'm talking about a 40-year-old man messing with like a 16-year-old girl,
no,
15
but
years
I
old.
was given up for adoption, so my parents were older. But I had my youngest at 25, and my I mean I had my oldest at 25 and my youngest at 35. So I think that I've been a much better parent to my youngest. You know,
Right.
I don't know how to.
Because you're a little bit more older, you got, just a little, you see life a little bit different. Times are a little bit changed too. So yeah, I'm the same way. My oldest, it was a lot different raised from my youngest, and they're 10 years apart. You know what I mean? So I definitely don't make the same. I made some mistakes with my first child. I was 20, I'm 37. I had my last child when I was 30.
Mm-hmm.
And so I definitely had more experience, as far as, yeah, like I said, I wasn't settled down. So shit, I was in my son's life though, for sure. But I mean, my son rode with me like, that's the kind of dad I was. Like my son went with me even when I was doing dumb shit, like not like endangering myself, but I'm saying like if I went with like to like a female's house or something, I maybe did bring my little son with me. Or if I went and played basketball or like chill with the homies or something like that, we just chilling at the house. I probably brought my son with me. It's just so he can chill with me and see what I do. Shit, you know what I mean? But
I just
we
think
going
that
off subject a little bit, but
no, you good. But I just think, like, in short, in closing, like, what are the decision I came to is that, I'm nobody to tell another person when they're old enough, and I don't have kids, but like, what I decided was that I think maybe a fair system is kind of like the same system that applies to the judicial system for like the murder trial, whether that person is going to be tried as an adult or not, whatever that system is through like, I don't know, child psychologist or psychiatrist, what I don't exactly know how they determine it. But
hmm
if you can determine that a person should be tried can be tried as an adult based off of their, mental cognitive
right, right,
capabilities,
right, yeah.
then I, as a parent, for example, could say, hey, I think my 14-year-old, 15-year-old was taken advantage of, and that's not necessarily illegal until it goes through that same process where the psychiatrist interview my child and they make the decision, is this person ready? And if they weren't ready, then they were taken advantage of, and then that should be prosecuted, I believe.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is I can't decide if that person was, mature enough. I'm not that medical professional, but I would leave it up to the medical professionals. You know what I mean? What do you think?
Yeah, and I agree, but like I said, there's so many gray areas because, like I said, when we say consent, what are the ages and what's going on? Because a 30-year-old dude, man, that to me that's the, what I'm saying, I don't know, I just think that's weird for a 30-year-old man to be with a 14-year-old girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, would it be legal in some states? I'm sure it would. I can't do nothing about it. But I'm saying my mental state, my mentality, I personally would find that something was wrong, and I wouldn't do shit like I can't. But I'm just saying, just from a moral aspect of it, I just think that a 40-year-old man 30-year-old man shouldn't be out here trying to marry and date a 14-year-old girl and get her pregnant and all that type of shit. Like,
No, that's predatory, and there's a
Yes.
but
difference.
like I said, a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old fondling around and oops, we got a baby. I mean, I understand that.
That's different. But when
I
somebody's
understand that.
adult, there's a difference in power that an adult has over a child. So it just shouldn't, and it should be.
So that's the only way. That's the only place where I would throw like I guess a age uh, cap in there as far as which should be the oldest that a child under the age, like which should be the oldest? Should it be like I don't know. That's a wide question. There's so many gray areas in that question, so it's really kind of hard to even just
Sure.
all a person can do is really just give how they feel, because there's really no wrong or right answer, I guess.
But
Sad
it
to say,
has to do with
It's
how much
tricky.
you
Yeah,
think the child is, because if the child was really, really mature, they wouldn't be, you know what I mean,
No.
get into that at all.
Well, yeah.
Mess, you know.
Well, yeah, because like if the psychiatrist, right, deemed in my theory, right, and it's just a thought experiment or a theory, and I'm not saying this is the way it should be, and I'm certainly not saying that this is the way it should be so that I could abuse a child. I would never, ever, ever. Please, I feel the need to repeat myself so many times. But at the same time, and maybe I'm being devil's advocate, but it all kind of stems from who am I to tell another person what they can do with their body? And also, when I was 15, 16, you can tell me ish, you know what I mean? Like I
yeah.
was, you know,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
and so
So
a lot of people, I think, because of some emotional response, and I have it too. They like to think about the older person, right? And I understand that. I understand that. But like, I guess me being devil's advocate, I like to think about the 15-year-old me. The other person. Like, who are you to tell me that I wasn't ready? And if, in my theory, the courts deem a person, like I said, you could take it to the police, the law enforcement, whatever. They do the investigation. The minor is interviewed, and the law makes their decision. And under that theory, I feel like if the law determines that, let's say a 15-year-old was legally able to make that decision, right? Then why would the law say you're able to make that decision with another 15-year-old and another 16-year-old and another 17-year-old? Yeah, you're capable of that, but you're not capable of making the decision that you're ready for someone who's 30. You know what I mean? So it is a
yeah,
slippery slope, and I just think it's interesting, and I want to know what y'all think.
Like, look, we the legal system is set up where there's juvenile justice and there's adult justice. They're two different systems. So you cannot prosecute a juvenile for like having sex willingly with another juvenile unless it is rape.
right, correct, yeah. But like I said, when they make these laws, what are they basing it off of? I think that's what he's saying is when they make these laws and throw a number on it, like what are they basing that number off of, and where are they getting it at? Like,
Exactly.
'cause how can
Exactly.
they tell if a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old is not capable of making a decision if she wants to sleep with a 45-year-old or something like that? You know what I'm saying? So I
Hey,
guess, but you
Well,
know what? I say this. I guess I'm gonna shut up. I think it should be based on when you're that young. I mean,
can you hear me?
his life. That's all I can say to that. Is
Well,
parents
it's
they be
based
against
off
his
of,
life.
like, I have a 14-year-old. If he were to go get somebody pregnant, who would pay child support?
Well, like, and I want to answer that. I want to
Me.
respond to that. Okay, okay. Yeah, I want to respond to that. And that's a fair question because there's certainly people, but I would push back slightly and say, hey, look, there's people who are 18, 30, 40, and they have kids, and the system has to take care of those kids. So what that ultimately boils down to is like setting a financial limit of how rich you have to be to have a child, and
Well,
that's not
no,
fair.
that's
I'm
not
sorry.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying he's not ready because he can't support a child. I would have to do that before the age of 18.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this: what if the 14-year-old in this theory was a millionaire? Their dad died and gave him $10 million, and they could support a child. So now are they ready?
I don't
I
think not.
mm-mm.
I wouldn't say mine is maturity wise. No, definitely not.
That's a good answer, because what that answer says is yours is not. Maybe another one is, and that's all I'm saying is I don't want to judge another person. I don't have the ability to do that. I've never even met them. So let a psychiatrist figure it out. You know what I mean?
But
Well, the
there's 30.
juvenile brain an adult and adult brain and an adult brain, sorry, is it functions differently.
Sure.
Right.
But what?
Um,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no,
There's 30 year
okay.
old
So
men
the
that aren't ready to.
prefrontal cortex of that develops in the brain is not fully developed in adolescents or juveniles. So they have like they what is it? They don't have much time before they think before they act.
Right.
They're extremely impulsive. They don't contemplate the risks and consequences of things. So, um, and they have difficulty like being empathetic, and they're susceptible to peer pressure. So there's a lot of difference
It's a
The,
between
lot of gray areas in
I
it.
think the
that
urge,
aren't fully developed. Like scientifically, they are not fully developed.
right, the urge to have sex and
It's
being ready to
impulsive,
have a child is two different things.
right? The urge is impulse, which juveniles have.
Right.
Impulsivity, and then you have, you know,
So let me
fully
just do it.
formed brain that you can make decisions. You know the consequences. So
Sorry.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this. So with a let me see, I'm gonna stop saying 14 cents. Whoever that, what's his name? The intellect triggering.
Sterling, and I'm a dumbass.
They're triggering. I don't want to trigger nobody, but I'm gonna say this. Okay, um, at 16, you know what I'm saying? How what decisions, like what will be going through a 16-year-old's mind, you know, like as far as like if a 16-year-old and a 30-year-old person are chilling, they going on a date, whatever, you know, they with each other, you know, crazy it sounds, you know, they with each other, they dating or whatever. I mean, who's gonna be making the decisions for them? Like if they are in a relationship, you think is this 30-year-old person gonna necessarily be the one that's like, okay, you take the lead, you know, I'm your spouse, you know what I'm saying? You let me know what to do, or is the 30-year-old, you know, and obviously the 30-year-old has more life experience, they have more know-it-all as far as how to handle situations because they're adult, full adult, been probably taking care of themselves for a while, which this 16-year-old probably still is just would just be leaving
right,
their mom and dad, would just be leaving their mom and dad's house. So that 16-year-old is not really thinking for themselves. Technically, they're letting this adult, this 15-year-old, or this 30-year-old with life experience tell them how they should do it because they don't know how to do it. You see what I'm saying? So I think, like she said, the brain development and then just the experiences of life, living life, it's like a 16-year-old couldn't really possibly be productive for a 30-year-old because they still gotta figure this shit out.
they haven't lived but 16 years. That's what it boils down to. You can't possibly
All,
be mature.
all right. Can I
You
respect your?
know, I worked with those girls, and I think them looking older and being more mature was always the predator's excuse.
Yeah,
So I just, you know what I mean? I don't think that that's an excuse.
it's
Okay.
not an excuse. It's not.
Okay. And if I could push back softly, and yes, I'm being devil's advocate, and I don't mean to trigger anyone. I think we gave a pretty. I feel bad for anybody who came like in the middle of this and got triggered. That was not my
No,
intention.
we're having a discussion. It's different.
Okay, thank you, thank you,
Yeah, yeah,
thank you.
yeah. You good? Yeah, yeah. I don't think they
No,
anybody
no,
coming in, they need to go back and rewind to the beginning. So
Yeah, because we did give warnings and stuff like that. And but anyway, I still feel bad because honestly, I'm not trolling, and I think to me it's interesting. Um,
no, this
and
is
then
a good combo.
and so what I would
go ahead.
say, just real quick, about the example of the 16 and the 30, I just would real briefly point out that we saw several states where a 16-year-old is able. In my state, a 16-year-old is the minimum age of consent. So
Yeah,
the scenario you described is perfectly legal currently in many states. But what I would
right.
also, yeah, yeah, yeah. But what I would also say, and yes, I'm being devil's advocate, is that you use the word when you describe the 16-year-old and the 30-year-old, you said the 16-year-old is probably, kind of being manipulated or taken advantage of. But you use the word probably. And that's because we really can't say because we never met that person. And if I were gonna push back on it, and yes, this is a random case that I just made up, I bet somewhere you could find a 16-year-old who and I don't want to use any words that would trigger anyone, who took advantage of a 30-year-old person. Maybe the 30-year-old person had cognitive disabilities or something, or I don't know, like maybe they just weren't mature enough to make that
Yeah,
decision.
no, of course, bro.
And,
Yeah, oh yeah, dog.
and
They to back up what you're saying, like I said, I'm not saying it's right or nothing, but that when they do those To Catch a Predator show, but I've seen several men up there that look like they had something like mentally they weren't there all the way. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? That a 16-year-old girl with a developed body could probably manipulate them and definitely. So I understand that part of it. Yeah, because trust me, there is those aspects of it. I was just more or less speaking on the support factor, like in like the life, like the building, the bonding of natural relationships. It just seemed like there's too big of an age gap because he would technically be taking care of this 16-year-old because, unless, she hit the lottery, like you said, and had money. I mean, other than
There's
that,
oh, I don't know. There's laws though. There's laws that people that are
yeah, it
under
is.
18 have to be a couple years or they can be prosecuted. And then there's laws that protect people with cognitive disabilities too, where some of them cannot give consent.
how do we
So
how does the law determine that that person, like the 30-year-old with cognitive disabilities, how does the law determine that they were taken advantage of in that situation?
because they know their functioning level.
Who knows?
Like if they're a CVR, if my daughter's a CVRC client, she's 23. If a typical person comes and takes advantage of her, they are
Mm.
going to prison.
And because
They
because
are
okay, because why?
because it's illegal.
To take advantage of a person with those
Yeah, yeah,
disabilities?
yeah.
Absolutely.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, let's apply that same system, sort of, to minors. And the laws, the people who have evaluated your daughter and determined her to not be able to make that decision, let's apply that to the 15-year-old. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to imposing on their rights, what I believe should be their right to body autonomy, because I wouldn't want to even trample one person's rights. And by me judging someone or that they're not ready by putting an age on it, I don't think it's fair because I could find a
Okay, can
16.
I say something real quick?
Of course.
I understand the fairness aspect, but I also grew up in like a realistic way, like in a house, like realistically. Like if you're under someone's roof, you follow their rules. So
Yeah.
all that rights, fuck your rights. I'll take the door off your room. Don't play with me.
You're a child.
I made sure you
Yeah.
stayed alive
Right.
ever since you've been born, and I love you to death. But you is not about to let me sit here and watch you destroy your life while you living in my house. So it's certain rules you're gonna follow. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
for a parent,
And
I think a parent, you would know if they're involved as they should be, or I think a parent would know, how a child might feel about that because they raised them, they watch them do everything, they watch them walk, or they watch their mannerisms, they feed them, they know how they act, they know how they feel about certain things. I think most parents could tell, like when a kid gets to that maturity level, right? I mean, and also it's a case by case basis because they might be ready with one person, but the next person they might not be. So what
Exactly.
I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, until you get a full grasp of reality and what life is and how you really feel about things, and how you feel about people, like I feel like it shouldn't. We should just not even take the chance and just say, whatever science says your brain is developed at on an average basis, because I don't really like to use the word normal. Whatever a scientist says your brain fully is fully cognitive as and ready to and just fully functioning, then yeah, I think that should be the right age. closer to that age should be right. Blanketed, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I see what you're saying. So you should just put a label on somebody and throw them in jail for the rest of their life because of an age. I see what you're saying right there too. But it's such a gray area, and it
So
and,
many
and it
of
can
them.
be. And on the other side, if you let shit like that slide, it's so much strange people where they live their whole life slipping through the cracks and doing things behind the scenes and in the shadows because they know that their lifestyle and the way they think is fucked up until they get caught. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, so
And then
you might not catch all the fish. You like you can cast a big net, but that just means the smaller fishes won't get away.
and
See what I'm
then
saying?
I know, and then I know you said you know you're not, who are you to judge a person if you know if they're mentally ready or not, and we mess up, we put a number. I mean, I think you even know this. Like you have to put a number somewhere because you can't fucking say an 8-year old can fucking make that decision, right? I mean, we
That's
can't
You
say
can't evaluate a person that doesn't know like certain things about life. Like even if you evaluate them, even if what if they were manipulated because their mind isn't as powerful as the person that manipulated them.
hang on.
no,
Hang
but
on.
he was saying that with the number, he was saying we mess up when we put a number, but I was just letting him know, like, I mean, at some point, but you do have to put a number somewhere. Like, yeah, you know, I don't know what your feelings on as far as 14 and all that, but like I said, I mean, a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old, like
You
me and you
can't.
both can sit here as men and agree that they're not old enough to fully grasp and make that decision if they're sexually active. And now if you're trying to troll and be funny and say that that's not true, then yeah, then I gotta call you out on it, and then I gotta say you full of shit because you know damn well an 8-year-old is not ready for that. You can't sit here with a straight face and say that an 8-year-old is. And I would hope you wouldn't do that.
But he's
You know,
talking about
Right.
body
I
autonomy.
think the numbers just deter predators. And that's why I like the numbers. It deters predators because the numbers wouldn't be there at all if every single victim came out and said something and it was dealt with right then and there. Because certain victims are manipulated. And if you manipulate them in a certain way, I'll kill your parents, this and that. You can tell a kid anything. You know what I mean? I don't care if they're 16, 17. Some people are just gullible.
I
Um,
disagree. Preach.
I'm just
I
saying,
don't.
I think the numbers deter predators.
I disagree with that. I don't think the numbers deter predators. I don't think
But I'm
any number. I don't think any number deters a true predator at all.
Oh well, I mean that's different. I'm talking about just age wise. You see what I'm saying? Like if someone doesn't want you, period, that's the problem, and that's where the line is drawn. You see what I'm saying? But I don't think a person at a certain age can determine that fully because I don't think they understand the full like ramifications of what that act even is.
right.
Like they
That's what
don't
I'm saying. Like a
they
number
don't.
has to come into factor at some age, you know, whether somebody may agree it's 14 or not. But like I said, like I think everybody in the world can agree that a second grader don't know if they're ready to have sex or not. I mean, third grader, fourth, you know what I mean? Like there's got to be an age somewhere where it's like, hold on, that's way too young. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
and that difference for it varies from people to people. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm not knocking nobody's opinion, and I feel like going by people's rights is great. But I think let me hold on.
When it
Either is
comes to
14. Oh,
children,
Queen's Throne. We
but
just looked. We hold on. We just looked and saw that Massachusetts. The the age of marriage in Massachusetts with parental consent is 12-year-olds. Is 12 years old for girls and 14 years old
Mhm.
for boys.
Crazy.
So yeah.
So,
But
so does
so I mean,
everybody? Go ahead, repeat.
I
My
don't know.
bad.
I don't know. I don't know. Even there, that's super low to most people. Even the Bible says you're free of sin until you're 13. So even the Bible says 13, and they and in that shit they say you could rape a woman and then go and then pay her father, and then you can marry her. and everything's fine.
Mm.
A book that says that says 13, you're free of sin until 13. So I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sit here and think whether or not the people that think of stuff like that is because they're sitting back like, yeah, make it younger, like, or if they really care about the individual. I can't tell, and so I'm like, I'm taking the latter. Fuck it, fuck all of it. Make it 25. Fuck it. You see what I'm saying? Cause look, I just don't want to live in a world. I just don't want to live in a world where if my 12-year-old is like, oh, I'm ready, and some dude's like, yeah, she's ready, I'm gonna kill him.
But
That's
hold
You know
on,
just
what
but
I'm saying?
hold on, but time
'Cause-
out,
guidance,
time out, but
right?
time out. What determines that? What clicks in your brain to say, okay, I'm ready? Like, where does that stem from? Where would it even fucking stem from at 12 years old? Like, and I know it happens, but I'm not saying it's just like just null and void and shit don't happen. But I'm saying like that has to be some internal shit. Like you was getting touched when you was younger, maybe. I don't know. I know all that's touchy, but 12-year-old, most 12-year-olds aren't really like just in thinking about like sex and shit like that, bro. Like, so,
No.
that's young, and like I said, like that's why they do put an age on it, because at some point,
Mm.
you know, just to say, how do we know that person is mentally able to
And again, we don't, because we don't know that person. And also, even if we did know that person, we haven't evaluated that person on a psychological level. We don't have the ability, even if we did know that person, unless you were a child psychologist or some, I don't even know the exact profession that should be in charge of it, but I know I'm not that person. And that's all I'm saying. Yeah, do I think an 8-year-old is ever ready to consent? No. But what I'm saying is that when there is a slippery slope, okay, and that's what you call this, because once you say it's 18, then I can point out a 17-year-old that was ready. What about a 16-year-old? What about? And so I'm not going into the whatabouts, because, and I think we all agree, actually more than we disagree. We all agree that it's a case by case basis. And in your example, preach like the 12-year-old. Again, what I said is that you would take that to the law enforcement. You say, hey, my 12-year-old is being taken advantage of, and then
Right.
the medical professionals would come to the determination and prosecute if necessary, and they probably would. You know what I mean? What?
Yeah. No. So I'm saying this. Look, let's say, okay, case by case basis thing, right? All right. Let's just focus on the responsibility aspect of it, and what comes from potentially having sex, babies, right? Okay. So let's say my kid, right? Let's say my kid let's say they're 12, 13, right? It's a girl, right? And I raised her just to be a regular kid, kept close eyes on her, hopefully made sure nobody touched her, because when they go to school, you never know, these predators are crafty.
Right.
Um, so, and then she just comes out the gate one day like, me and my boyfriend, I don't know, Franklin or whatever, or a random name, right? Um, we decided we wanted to, and then I say no. That's something that adults do, because you got to be responsible for that, and this is why X, Y, Z. This is what comes from that. If she's like, so what? I don't care. I want to do it anyways. I'm like, well, you can always move out if you feel like you're an adult. If you feel like you're an adult, you can do everything an adult can do, no problem. Because me and your mom had you, but we didn't decide to have any other kids. So I mean, if you want to be an adult, that's fine. Just go be an adult, 100%. Because that's the way I am. So if the world ever tells me that my child can make whatever decision they want to make, that's how I'm gonna handle it. You can do whatever you want to do, but you don't have to live in my house.
And I wasn't going to bring that up, but actually, there's a clause of like emancipation
Right.
to where
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
if you go to the court and
Yeah.
become separated from your parents,
Yeah.
or your guardians, then
Yeah.
all these numbers we just mentioned, from what I understand,
Go out the window. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a
Okay,
fact.
so, but with emancipation, there's a certain test that they have to take.
Why
Like,
is
there's no test that you have to take for sexual activity to see that you're ready.
what I'm saying?
Right. There's no
Right,
test to determine that.
but hang on. What I'm saying under my theory that I would propose, and I'm still working on it. I haven't really thought it all out. So thank y'all for helping me and checking me. But under my theory, there would be a test by the same shrinks that evaluate the kid and determine if that 14-year-old should be charged as an adult for murder, or if that person, in this case, the same system applies to if that person was ready to make the decision to consent. I just think it should be a case by case.
Listen. Look, I just feel like anything under 18, if a kid I think it should be changed. If you're saying that children can make those decisions, well, how could I put it? Could come to those conclusions properly in their mind and handle it, then I feel like that person feels like they can be an adult now. And if you're an adult, the only adult in my house is either going to be me or the person I'm with. Any other adult got to pay rent or leave. So, I mean, if you want to be an adult, be an adult. But there ain't going to be multiple families in this motherfucker. I built this place. Like,
Every child
That's your
feels like
duty
they
as a
can be an
parent.
adult at some
to
point.
do what?
Exactly, Jeanette.
Every
Your duty
child
as a parent to
feels
tell
like they
that
can
child
be an
that they
adult
are a
at some
child.
point.
Yeah. You got to let them know, like, those are adult things. Like, listen, if you feel like you're ready, that's one thing. You feel like it, that's fine. But you're not showing me that you're an adult because you haven't, been saving up to get an apartment. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Is it just the sex you want? Because I know that's what it is. Like, if
Or you
that's the
think
case,
you're in love.
you think you're in love,
Because I did.
and
Yeah.
a lot of people do when they're younger. So I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying. Don't take away the rights. Yeah, let them have all the rights they want at whatever age they want. You're gonna be seeing 10, 11-year-olds walking out the house crying.
I would hate that.
You just don't cry. Just move out. It's all right.
So
I know.
hold on.
Yeah, it's a tough process. It is hard to find a place to stay. The economy fucked up right now, but this is what adults go through.
Can I push
You want
back?
to be an adult? Go ahead.
You don't wanna grow up
So
too
I mean,
fast.
because
Yeah.
the world ain't about to tell me I'm impeding on somebody's rights. I'm an American. I'm a veteran. If anything, I'm doing the opposite of that. So I mean, if the government act like, oh, they want to stand behind kids doing what the fuck they want to do, fine. You're not a kid no more to me then. You're an adult. So be an adult.
Sure. Let me ask
Save
you
me
this.
some money. Save me one less person to feed. I'm gonna get me another TV on the wall. Fuck it.
By that same logic, what you're saying is people who are, let's say, 25 should not be able to have kids if they're living in their mother's basement. So what that does is it sets up some socioeconomic level that you have to be at to be able to have consent to sex. And I think that's a slippery slope too, because I don't think.
Why?
I'm sorry.
Why is it a slippery slope? Because if you want to perform an act that's going to bring another person on this earth that has to be fed, clothed, educated, monitored, taken care of until they're at a certain age of what? Until they're responsible enough to do those things for themselves, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is, what you're saying is that rule, the fact that they can't take care of a kid, only applies to underage people, as you see it. And it's convenient that that same logic doesn't apply to the 25-year-old that lives in their mother's basement. And you would say, that person should follow the same things too.
They
Yes,
should.
I agree, but what you're not saying is that it should be illegal for that person to have a kid, to consent to sex.
No, what I'm saying is what? No. I'm not talking about illegal and legal. I said no. You heard what I said. I said if it gets to a point where they say just take the ages away and let people just, if they feel like they're ready, let them be ready or whatever. Okay, whatever. But the way I'm going to react to it is, you want to be an adult and be ready, then be ready for everything that comes with that. Be ready for the world. Go ahead. Whatever person that decide they want to consent with you, y'all go and take whatever money y'all got or whatever plan y'all got and make that shit work. But I'm not taking care of multiple families, because that's all that's going to happen. You're going to bring that baby right to my house with my wife. That's our grandbaby. No, fuck that. You can go live with them. You go live with them. Y'all, they figured it out. You figure it out with them. I'm going to be right here in this house I built. I start a new family. Fuck it. You go live with them. Because the world ain't, you're not about to tell me I'm impeding on somebody's rights because I'm trying to protect someone who I believe cannot protect themselves.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So if it's fuck me and the man I'm trying to be, the fuck y'all. Go ahead. I'll be a single bachelor. I didn't build this family for that, but if motherfuckers want to ride with the dumb shit, go ahead. I'm not paying for it. I'm not fitting the bill because the first thing to do, motherfucker gonna look at dad when it's time to get diapers and formula. Nah, look at that nigga you decided to consent with, and everybody that's riding with that. Look at them.
And I expect, you know, if I'm out here with that mentality and I'm raising my kids, my sons, to be men like that and be responsible, not, you know, go that route. And you know, these families that got daughters need to be making sure they doing the same shit for their daughters and raising them up to not be giving up, you know, giving up sex and doing all this, doing all that, respecting themselves. You know, the whole 1, 2, 3 of being a woman. We all know what
Right.
that is. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they're telling you, that shit, and they gotta be putting their foot in your ass to make sure you actually doing it. You know, it ain't
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
it ain't just, oh, how can we
Imagine
tell?
how
You know,
imagine
it
how
ain't.
crazy the world would be if we just let our kids do what they wanted
Our
without
kids
them,
would be
you know.
diabetics and cholesterol high. Just they eat McDonald's and fucking Wendy's and all that shit all day. That's all they would do is go eat fast food if it was up to them.
Yeah.
Happy
Hey,
Meal.
real quick, I didn't mean to cut you off 420, but Queen Snow said, "Who's the guy
I didn't
talking?" His
either.
name is Sterling. His name is Sterling. He pulled up on live not too long ago. Oh, my bad. I got to put your.
I
This
just
is
want.
Sterling.
Hey, what's up?
He's a white guy. He looks like a retired alcoholic basketball player. Um,
Pretty.
but nah, yeah, he's Sterling. And we chopping it up, and yeah. So I mean, like you said, we kind of do agree. But what one thing we all do agree on is at the end of the day, it does come down to money, right? It does come down to money.
No.
Primarily, it's making sure people aren't getting taken advantage of. Primarily, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is what comes with doing those things as an adult. Children can possibly come from it. So what I'm saying is, how about let's change the whole conversation from, oh, they might be ready, to, okay, so if they're ready for that, let's group all of it together. If you're going to be ready for that, then you need to be ready for everything else that comes with adulthood. Now, if we started talking about it like that, kids might second guess themselves. You see what I'm saying? If the conversation was more geared towards, well, this is what happens when this happens. If you want to have a family, fine, but you're gonna have to build your own stuff over there, outside of the 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 um the umbrella and the security of the people that were raising you. So if the people that are raising you are not supposed to make the decision when you're ready, right, and let you go out into the world when they think they've given you enough tools, if you think you're ready before that, then you if the conversation was shifted more towards, then you need to be ready for all of this as well, to where if there like what if there couldn't be multiple, what if the child's family and the other family couldn't be in the same house, or what if the parents were like, nah, you want to do what you want to do, then go do what you want to do. The conversation would change. It wouldn't be, oh, I'm in love, I'm in this, because when they start thinking about having to go to work, not being able to graduate from high school, getting a
Right.
GED early, having to work a construction job, not having proper credentials to get into corporate America like they wanted to, or certain opportunities get cut off because their life has to stop because they have to just go straight to work now, the conversation would change. All that, oh, I'm free, I do what I want, I can pick my gender, and I can do this and all that, pick whatever I want. If all of those things came with a stipulation that said, if you want to be grown, then go out in the world to be grown and handle this shit by yourself, most of them would second guess and be like, well, maybe that's not the
Right.
greatest idea. And then if they step back for 5 seconds to get out their fucking feelings and stop watching fucking Euphoria and shit and fucking doing all these kind of drugs and going to raves, maybe they could think straight and realize that maybe the first decision that pops in your head when you're fucking 14 isn't the best decision you can make at that point in time.
Exactly.
Maybe someone that's alive longer than you can
Impulsive.
tell you that maybe that's not the greatest decision, because either they made that decision or other people they know have made that decision. There's examples of it right in front of them. Because I don't care what you say. You're not smart when you're young. You're fucking not. You're not. You can have an IQ of 1,000. You're not smart when you're young. You see what I'm saying? Your body is going to overtake your intellect most of the time. You have to be on some kind of Buddhist. You were born. You came down in a spaceship type Zen piece about you and wisdom to as a 10, 11-year old be like, I'm being abstinent out the gate. That's
Right.
not the majority. The majority is running around and hit puberty. They don't know what's going on, but they know that pussy smell good, and girls know that they know whatever they know. I don't know what girls think about, but I knew that once I smelled pussy for the first time, it was a wrap. You know, so I'm just saying. So I mean, yeah. So, and I was young, and if you ask me, it was too young. I wish I would have had more fucking guidance. I wish my first experience. Well, it wasn't that bad, but it could have been better. Could have been better.
Mine was horrible.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, if you ask adults
Awful.
about the shit when they was doing what the fuck they wanted to do, they don't look back and be like, yeah, man, you should have did that. No, most of the time they're like, no, I wish I would have waited.
Yeah,
I
fact.
wish I would have done this.
So,
I wish I would have. I was going to college. I couldn't do that. I had to fucking work at Applebee's.
facts.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking
And see everything that you're saying, you know, that's why, you know, when we talk about the ages 12 and 14 and getting and consent and all that shit, you know, that's when it comes into play is when you have these type of talks with them, so that they may think they're ready, but oh, mom and dad just laced me with some game, and I'm definitely not ready for none of that shit they just said. I don't even know what a 9 to 5 is. You know, I'm 14. I don't know. You know, I ain't trying to do all that. So a lot of times, you know, that shit we try to deter our kids from all that, just to just prolong that shit just as long as we can until they just, you know, either do or they don't. You know what I'm saying? And that's all you can do. You can just try to instill the best morals in your children and just pray to God that they go out here and use what you've been teaching them, and, you know, try to have an open relationship with them, because they may slip up. You know what I'm saying? So
mistakes do happen now.
Mistakes happen, yeah.
But just like, oh yeah, you can go out there all willy nilly. It's your choice. No, it's not. My son, I'm gonna have to. I see at that point. I don't know if I'm gonna take him in the backyard or if I'm gonna just sit down and talk with him. You see, because depend on the situation. But like, I just feel like it's more about responsibility than anything. And this is the flip side. What you don't tell them, right? What you don't tell a kid is maybe what we should tell them is like, look, you do the shit you don't want to do right now, like abstain from sex, because I'm not helping you raise them. Oh, and just wait until you are responsible enough, because hold on, Naomi's here. She fell off. I'm feeling like once you are responsible enough, right? Once you are responsible enough, and then you do get into a position where you can have your own shit, you can have all the sex you want. You got a job, your bills is paid. You know how to you're a little bit more mature now. You care about your future, so you're trying to be sexually responsible. You know what I mean? You're trying to wrap it up. You're trying to pick the right person. You're making more logical, you know, decisions, critically thinking about things instead of just going in on it. You know, because that's not something you could just go in on, because you're gonna slip up and have a kid, and that kid, once it's out in this world, it's out in this world.
Yeah.
After that kid is out in this. No, listen, it's serious, because once the kid is out in this world, you can't reverse that. And if you try to, you're going to jail for the rest of your fucking life.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the whole avoidance right there, is to do that too young, because then you put yourself at a disarray, because now you got to stop what you got going on, in a sense, and you got to involve your parents. It makes it a little bit harder for you. The child may or may not struggle. You know, it just depends on how much support you got from your family and shit. And if you do got that support, that's good. But, you know, if you don't, then what happens? You know what I'm saying? So that's why ages, numbers, and shit get put on certain aspects. I guess is just, I think, like I said, to prevent a lot of bullshit from happening. You know what
Hey,
I'm saying? Because
I'm gonna say something real quick and then jump down.
Okay.
But I come from a family that when once you're doing that and you're married, you're on your own. Period. And I
facts.
remember being like
Yeah.
21 and in college, and I was working, and I just gotten married, and I lost my grant. I lost my school grant, and the counselor told me, if you have a baby, you can get it back.
Oh wow.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it because I wasn't ready.
Right.
But
Right.
I think that somebody else that might not have been ready, or probably a lot of people that might not have been ready, um, have done that. And it might be a part of the problem that we have now, where a lot of parents aren't even raising their children.
Mm-hmm. It
Right.
happens too often.
But I'm going to jump down and I'll be listening in the clouds.
Thanks for that,
So,
Jeanette. Appreciate it.
Why not?
Bye, Jeanette.
bye.
Naomi, you have not said anything about this. What's up? What you think, pretty girl?
Everybody's talking. That's why I didn't want to come in
I know,
late
I
and
didn't
just
want-
start talking. So I'm like,
Welcome, Naomi. Hello. Everyone say hi to Naomi.
hello. Okay.
Pretty girl.
I was just, I don't know what you guys have already talked about, but have we touched on whether it has to be a different age for a boy, whether it's a boy or a girl?
Well, yeah, Massachusetts says the with parental consent. Massachusetts says at 14 you got to be a boy to be married, and you could be 12 as a girl in Massachusetts.
But
That's the
to,
youngest we were able to find.
but to answer her question, though, the age of consent to have intercourse are completely different numbers.
Right, they are completely different numbers. That's the map we're looking at right now. The lowest is 16 in any state. You got Alaska. What is that? Nevada.
Nevada.
Is this Washington? That's
Where?
Washington.
I can't see where you're pointing to.
Or is this? I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I
The
can't
map
see
that
where
we're
you're
looking
pointing
at.
to.
Oh, you can't see my cursor? That's a bitch.
No, I can
I
see
can see
it.
it now.
Oh, okay.
Here, let me
So
make
yeah,
it big.
okay. You always ask me to make it big, Naomi.
No,
I told you
I'm making it
not
big
on
on my
live.
screen.
Don't talk to me like that on live.
Oh God.
All right, so we got man,
Oh,
Rhode
so all
Island,
of
Maine.
those are 16.
A lot of them are up in the upper northeast.
But
There's
do
a
you
lot
think
of them.
that's because over in like those areas, like the southern areas you see are 17, 16, you were able to get married way younger than that. 12, 11, 13, get married off, they sending you off. So could that possibly be why they're more? I already know California, we strict on everything.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
could that be why? Arizona really don't care either. I'm surprised at Nevada. That's surprising to me because they really don't care.
So what do you think though? Do you think when do you think a person knows when they're ready?
I don't think it could actually be a number. I mean, we shouldn't make it a number to kind of, edit that out because I'm not going to say, okay, a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, but okay, maybe 17, 18-ish, maybe some 16-year-olds. I've seen some very productive 16-year-olds, like my
That's a good
cousin.
word for it.
She left the house and everything like that. She didn't have no kids. She's just now recently having a child. I mean, she got all her stuff together before she was even thinking about that. So I think it's kind of the mindset, but I do feel there should be an age on there. And I feel like, are we talking about sex or are we talking about being able to get married? What are we talking about?
Well, we're mostly talking about the consent to have sex because marriage is pretty much sex, if you ask me. Like once you're married, it's
I mean, you're gonna what is that word called? Consummate your marriage.
yeah, consummate, yeah.
So
that stuff you dip the burrito tacos in.
consummate, yeah. So I would think, I don't know. I don't want to put. I just feel like 16 is kind of young because I'm gonna keep it 100. Right? I lost mine at 16, And I feel like I thought I knew what was going on. I don't feel like it was like a messed up way because I was with that person and only that person like forever. And I was afraid to even talk to anyone else. So I don't think it was a messed up situation, but I still think that at that time, I don't feel like I was completely there, but I didn't have a messed up situation. But that doesn't make someone else that could potentially end up in a messed up situation. I don't think 16 would be it. 17, 18 is what I would kind of say, but I know that's not going to happen because I'm hearing lower and lower numbers. Like my friends were all done at 12, and I was just like, nope, I'm scared, nope. So I don't know.
We got the devil's advocate Sterling down on the bottom. He's a devil's advocate down here. And what was your opinion? Just mention it again about the rights, because Naomi didn't hear you. I don't think she heard it.
Well, yeah, and I heard you kind of get upset about that. And look, hey, I'm not saying that you were trampling on someone's rights, and there's a lot of different.
Oh no, I don't get upset. You got to watch some of my previous videos. This is not upset. I stopped drinking. I don't. Yeah.
Okay, good.
You met the new Preach.
Okay, great. Okay.
Hello, my name is Preach. I'm an alcoholic.
What was my position about the rights? My position was kind of like yours. I think we all really agreed that it varies. And what I would say is that if you're trying to decide who should be ready to have sex, right? Then from what the metric we use right now, what we're looking at on the screen is age, the number of years. But as you'll see, even on that screen, the age varies. Why is that? Because there's really no science that can pinpoint at what age anyone's ready to have sex. You can't put a number on something a person you never met. So, and also what I would say is that it's interesting because age is the concept that we use, the metric we use. But even tonight, I've heard of all different types of metrics we should use. For example, somebody in the chat said you should have to go to college. But see, that punishes people who maybe weren't rich enough to afford college. And they could be 20, 30. If you didn't go to college, you're not able to have kids? That doesn't seem fair. So I don't think we can use education as a metric. Another one is how smart you are. Well, hey, there's a bunch of dumbass 30-year-olds, right?
Right.
So are we going to take away their right to have a kid because they're dumb? No, so I don't think we can use intelligence either.
Okay.
So,
I might take that away. I don't want to put a kid in that messed up situation. I might have to take that away. I might have to take that away.
How do they feel when they're 30? I don't.
Yeah, if you just making good decisions, nah.
okay. So are you saying that? And I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But are you saying that if I found you a person who's 30 years old, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And we both agree that they're a dumbass. They make dumb decisions over and over and over. Should we take away their right to have intercourse?
No. To have a child.
That's extreme.
I wouldn't want to just be like, okay, yeah, just no.
Right.
I'm talking about bringing children into the situation. No, do what you got to do. Handle that.
Okay.
Neither should the 30-year-old or the 16-year-old. If they're dumbass and
you should have to be on
child is
some
16.
type of contraception
Mhm.
because a lot of places, like just a lot of places are now with people that are in the system are telling them like, okay, if we're helping you out and you having all these kids, you're gonna have to be on some type of birth control because you're not gonna just keep having kid 10, 11, 12, and we just gonna keep taking care of them.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have some type of proof that you are on some type of contraception because you can't just be out here having all these kids. You can't take care of 1 and 2. Why did you go to 3, 4, and 5? So I think there has to be some steps to make if they want to be making bad decisions. Because like people that are having like extensive, and it depends on the crimes. Don't like let petty stuff be it, but like constant drug use or things to where it's going to put the child in danger. And I'm not just saying, like marijuana, or it just depends on your state of mind. If you can take care of your child and no one knows, what you gotta do. I don't know. It's not my business. I don't suggest it. But if you're constantly getting in trouble for things, you can't take care of your child. They're not taking showers. They're going to school with roaches in their backpack. I mean, just things that are not making sense. No.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be allowing.
Yeah, if you yeah, man, if you like a motherfucker that's laying on the ground on Skid Row somewhere, just fucking homeless, not doing nothing, don't plan on ever doing nothing, but he living on the streets. They should not have the right to bring a child into this world, bro. Because what is that child coming into? Like,
exactly.
That's my whole aspect of all this is, like Preach said, once you bring a child into this world, it has to now go through the whole steps of life, getting older, needing Pampers, needing to go to school, needing to be taken care of, needing somebody to teach them how to become an adult. You know what I mean? Possibly put them into sports or dance or all, depending on what you have. You got to raise this child up. So why would you fucking be homeless and land on the streets and have a child and you can't do that? Because somebody else going to do that shit. And that's not cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, motherfuckers shouldn't be able to have a kid.
That's how many times
it's like apples and oranges to me. I'm not.
Yeah. It's because it's like a it's perpetual. Because some people could say that you're ready as soon as you hit puberty, because your body says you're ready, right? That's weird.
Right.
Some girls have their periods really early.
Yeah, 9,
like,
8,
10.
So
11.
that's out the window, right? So I guess the most PC way to look at it is let them decide it. So once again, I bring it back. If the world is going to tell me I have to let my kids decide when they're ready, then that's going to be the day they're going to be gone. I'm sorry, they're gone.
Right.
They're gone. Because look, listen. If that's the case, because you're not about to look at me in no kind of way. You see what I'm saying? Because you can't get mad at me because I'm not trampling on their rights, and you can't get mad at me because I didn't sign up for that shit, and I ain't do nothing wrong, and I ain't put them in no position where they felt like it would be okay to bring a person into the world without being ready. So when I kick them the fuck out, I don't want my family, the internet, Facebook, Instagram saying nothing. I got them.
You will kick your child out.
Yeah.
If what?
Yeah.
If they got someone pregnant, or if they were pregnant.
Look. If you in my house, right? Look, when it comes to my sons, I'm gonna make sure they got enough condoms and enough information. If it's my daughter, I'm gonna make sure she got enough information. If they decide to disrespect me and go outside of those bounds, because I'm gonna give them all the opportunity to talk to me, Now I know people want to fuck. That's what they do. People fuck. People like to fuck. If the only way I'm gonna know that you fucking is if you get an STD, or is if you get pregnant, right? Or if you get somebody else pregnant, right? Okay. If you are safe and responsible, none of those things are gonna happen. Now, if you want to be a hoe, be a hoe. But I'm pretty sure you don't want syphilis, gonorrhea, AIDS, crabs, none of that. I'm pretty sure you don't want that. So I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure you got all the education to know how to protect yourself against that shit, right? Same thing with my son. And pretty sure he don't want to stop everything he doing in his life to be a father. He got to go get a construction job or some shit. So I'm going to try to do everything I can to make sure that they have the tools they need to succeed in life and live a long, fulfilling life. I'm doing that because I love them. Now, if they step outside of that, because I'm going to make sure I tell them a lot. Like, you're not going to be living here. I'm going to make sure that they know that. Like, hey, Dad, I'm going to the skating rink. You do know you're not going to live here anymore if you do something stupid. Okay.
Hey, if you let them know.
I'm going to let them know.
I'm going
to let them know off rip.
Okay.
Because look, if that's the case, if some pimp ass nigga can convince my 14-year-old daughter to bust it wide open, and then she come crying, and then they evaluate her, and it turns out she in love with that man. You go with that man.
Wait.
Nope.
Wait. No, for real. So you
Nope.
don't feel like
That's your new daddy, literally.
I don't know.
If you tell them fucking people you love that man, after 15 years of being in my house, me knowing I am the way I am, that's your new daddy.
I want to see if you have kids. If that's what you're gonna say.
Queen So made a good point.
What she said.
She said a female is also born with all of her eggs. Does it mean at birth they are ready?
No, we were saying it's ridiculous to say that. It should be.
Compare it.
Yeah. No, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So that means technically, the woman's always ready from birth, right?
Yeah,
Right, so
I
it's-
just did
yeah,
something
parental
today that is
guidance.
just not. No.
Yeah.
So I
parental-
mean, that's it's really strange, and I know that's not what Sterling is saying. Let me not say that that's what Sterling.
Right, no.
Sterling is going along the lines of
What is
that's not what
Sterling
he's saying.
saying?
What he's
That's
saying is
way
what he's saying
behind.
is consent is on an individual basis made by that individual, and I agree
I do
with
too.
that, right?
It
So
depends.
because I agree with that and I'm okay with
After a
that.
certain age, though.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
he
No, wait,
said
wait.
it shouldn't be an age put on it because we
Right.
don't know for sure if that person is mentally capable. But I was saying, at some point, at some time, you got to put some fucking age on something because
Yeah.
If you want to listen,
that 8-year-olds can't make that decision. And I know everybody agrees that. I don't give a damn what's going on. We all can agree that. You ain't got
Sterling, you agree with that, right? 8 years old is not okay.
No, I agree. It's not okay. No.
Okay, so 9.
Let's see. Hold on. Can I speak real quick?
wait a minute. Don't do it.
I'm trying to get
yeah.
That's what I was trying to get. I wasn't trying to be funny.
Right. Where would you make
I'm
that
like, I
blanketed
don't know.
statement?
It's somewhere in that 16-year-ish
But you're gonna have to.
age too.
Go ahead.
But I don't know really either.
And I don't either.
But I'm not gonna say 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 or even 12.
I'm not gonna say none of those. I'm not gonna
Where
say
are
nothing
the
under 18.
parents?
Okay, and so I agree with you so much. Is it 8? Is it 9? Is it 10? Is it 11? Is it 12? Is it 13? I don't know, and I don't think anyone does know. And I think the number varies. And I think that it should be up to some sort of psychological evaluation. And
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here, but kind of like the same one that determines whether a person should be tried as an adult for murder, right? Because there is no minimum age for which a person could be tried as an adult for murder. How do they decide it? They make an evaluation. So what I said was, if there's any type of allegation against someone under the age of 18, that there should be a process of some sort where the proper medical professionals, psychiatrists, psychologists, criminologists, I don't exactly know.
A psychologist.
Sure. So they don't evaluate whether the person that minor was in love. I just want to clarify with the other person. They evaluate whether the person is cognitively able to make that decision, and I'm not able to make that decision. And also, if I'd say one more thing, I think I would like to encourage you to separate what happens at your own house, because my dad said the same thing. My dad said, if you get somebody pregnant, you're out. And so, okay, but not necessarily what should happen at your house, but what should be legal across the country. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't think you should be able to just kick your child out because they're still a minor. They're still.
What? Wait a minute. I can't kick them out because they're a minor. But you fucking. So
you're allowing that to happen.
They still need guidance.
They need guidance, and then where's that child gonna go? So,
well, how much guidance you need when I told you you're not fucking grown and you came in here with a kid?
Yeah, you told them that.
Exactly.
Why does the child have to now suffer?
Who? What girl? What are you talking about?
The child, your grandchild.
They have parents that are ready.
What do you
that child has parents that's ready, right?
They're not.
But they said they are. But they said they believe they are.
They
believe
said
they are.
That doesn't mean that they are.
You gotta be ready in my house. You better be ready. You don't have to be ready.
Let me say this, Preach.
Go ahead.
No,
You ain't gonna You ain't gonna get a woman to kick her child the fuck out of their house. I don't give a damn what's going on. Us fathers will kick your ass out, but my wife says the same shit. She's not kicking my son out if for a lot of shit that I would kick his ass out for, because she feels like, well, that's your son, and you should. And I feel like, well, nah, he's a man if he's making them type of decisions. So it's like apples and oranges when it comes to how women feel about putting the child's ass out versus how a man feel.
You're right.
That's my
No,
experience.
I would,
I wouldn't
depending.
point out if he come to me and said,
Depending on the
"Mom, I want a
situation.
ballerina." I don't care.
Okay. Look. That's a case by case as well. But what I'm saying is, when the conversation was going more towards like, well, we can't make that decision for them. So okay, I can't make that decision for you, but I'm giving you all the tools necessary to be responsible. I'm talking about having babies, bringing people into this world. That's what I'm talking about. If you don't bring anyone to this world, all right. Look, let me put it this way: if you get crabs or gonorrhea, I'm gonna make sure we quarantine your ass in your room. We're not washing clothes with yours. None of that. We're gonna get you a separate laundry service. Don't put your fucking shit nowhere. You use one bathroom. We're gonna make sure you quarantine. But I'm not gonna kick you out for getting STD. But you need to be responsible. You see what I'm saying? So if your skin's touching, then you can have a baby just as well as you can have a STD. Right?
True.
Unless you're just doing the oral thing, and then you can't have no baby. Then I'll be more happy about that. Then I got a cold sore. You've been eating Stacy. You've been eating Stacy. I heard about that little girl. Her dad. You've been eating up Stacy. They told you not to eat. The whole team told you not to eat her up. You the simp nigga. You gonna eat her up. That's what you get. Now we gotta go to the fucking free clinic, dumbass nigga. Right. So I mean, you gonna still live there, but we not eating off of you. You gonna get your own juice. We gonna get you separate Gatorade bottles. You ain't drinking nothing out the fridge. I ain't gonna kick you out for that, but you ain't bringing no kid in my house. No. You old enough for that. You old enough to go raise it. Go raise it.
When you
I'll
have
come to the shower. I'll bring some. I'll bring some clothes, like a shirt, like a little junk.
But see, the sad thing about it is, I mean, damn, I wouldn't kick my grandchild out, no matter how much shit I'm talking. You know what I'm saying?
No, I talk a lot of shit, but I grew up in a family where the parents can go, but the kids can stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you gotta go figure your shit out.
Yeah, no. Now that's on my damn life right here, right now. If my son has a child and I gotta take care of the baby, my son's getting the fuck out.
Yeah. You got go get you a little apartment or whatever. You and your little shorty figure it out.
Figure out some arrangements. Get it together.
Yeah.
But we got this over here. You go figure it out.
So
that's how my family is. The kids can stay. Parents, y'all go do what y'all gotta do.
Because if you don't
it's not their fault.
It's not their fault. Figure it out.
And that's my blood, so I ain't finna. Nah, because eventually you're gonna run into them at the Walmart. They're gonna be walking. You're not gonna let that baby. Nah.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, and I'm signing whatever paperwork I need to sign to be guardians and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm doing
they
all
living
that,
in a car. You got your grandbaby in the car. Like, nah.
Nah. So at that part, I'm talking shit. But that's just how I feel. Like, you feel like you growing, you in my house, you want to do all this. That's fine, but you gotta learn responsibility, dog. Because I would be a little disappointed. I'd be like, bro, you gotta be more responsible. Because I know you're not equipped. So now other people got to pick up the slack. Like, that's just man. Like, that's just life shit, bro. You got to pick up your own slack, bro. You got to learn that things come with consequence, responsibility. You see what I'm saying? I can see if you have one kid, you know what I mean, and then you learn from it. Like, yo, this shit is hard. This shit is not easy. This shit costs a lot of money. Like, yeah, cut your life off and all that shit. You see what I'm saying? So like, just keep that in mind while you out here. Like, all you gotta do is wrap it up. Like, put a condom on, bro. Like, don't put it in your wallet.
But man, I'm telling you, bro, come on now. You gotta think about it. You gotta take yourself back too sometimes and think like, condoms break. You keep going. You've been with this girl for a year. You love her. You're gonna pull out real quick. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, a lot of shit happens. Emotions be running different ways when you think you're in love and you having sex and all that bullshit. So sometimes
that too. That too.
But then that's the type of talks you got to have with your children and and they gotta be able to break out of that because, like you said, you know, don't do it if you ain't ready to take care of no kids. But I'm telling you, these motherfuckers don't realize that until they actually have a kid and they see like, damn, you know, but it'd be too late. But I mean, hey, it's a blessing, but still, now we got to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? So to avoid all that, man, that's why ages and numbers do need to be placed because, you know, from my side of it, I'm not trying to take care of no extra kid and all that shit. But that's why that's my main thing before anything is the safety of my kids. But at the same time, shit, don't put no responsibility on me, motherfucker, because you out here horny and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Especially at 14 and 15, you better tone that shit down. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm
Yo, Earth
not trying
Goddess.
to.
Yo,
Yeah,
Queen Stone, the
yeah.
Earth Goddess is in here with way more wisdom than us. What you think, Majestic? Majestic says she has 3 sons and 1 daughter. What
She
you?
said the conversation was weird.
She said it is very strange. It is a little strange to touch on stuff like this because nobody really has the answer because you know, kind of like bro said on down there. He said Sterling. He said it is a case by case basis. But see, the conversation being talking about age is most adults can agree that people of a certain age, that people of a certain age, just the majority of aren't they're not ready, you know. And it's
Yeah.
those situations when it comes up. I feel like it's so I don't know. It's like your mind just goes into like fucked up places, like you know what I mean, like just to even think about a kid making that decision, like who, like I don't know, man. I don't know.
Mhm.
So, do you think there should be sex education in school still, or not?
I mean, yeah, sex
I
education
think
stopped
so.
me from having a
Sure.
kid. I
Okay,
used to love
I
sex
think.
ed.
okay.
Talk
Because a lot
about
of
Yeah.
people
that.
say no, it's too early. Some say
Nah.
yes. So
Nope.
that
No,
was a
I
Nope.
did. I
question.
did mine in the 5th grade. It was a we had electives in the fifth
Great.
grade. It was an elective. Yeah.
Wow. We didn't
Hey,
get to
they
do
need
that.
to. They literally
Oh, I'm
need to
sorry, sixth
show.
grade. Sorry, 6th grade.
They need
Six?
to show all these kids STDs at its
Yes.
worst. At its
Yeah, I
worst.
saw that. I saw that in
Yep.
sex ed. Yeah, they showed me the gonorrhea, the
AIDS,
herpes. Yeah,
herpes, syphilis.
yeah.
They need to show every single fucking STD from beginning to
In your
end.
mouth, in your nose,
All that
all
shit.
your cavities that can get it.
Majestic says she gone. Peace, Majestic. Thank you for supporting my channel.
Yep.
Peace.
Silence gets us
Peace,
nowhere.
peace.
I do agree with people looking for kids that are kicked out, though. They are looking for that, especially little girls. I definitely wouldn't let my little girl go out on the street. I wouldn't.
Hell no.
You don't know
I
what could
wouldn't. I just
happen.
would not.
Even
Well,
little
Not
well,
with
boys.
no random dude because that whole pimp situation, that's
it's
where she
nasty.
gonna end up. No,
It's nasty.
we're
Mhm.
gonna figure this out
Yeah.
because all that is not going down.
Well, I mean, he did say, you know, he was devil's advocate. He challenged, or not challenged, but he had his opinion, and you know, I guess everybody's entitled to their opinion. But like Naomi said, I mean, shit, keep going with that number. Like, when the fuck does your mental brain? When does your brain fucking tell you that you're physically ready to have sex? And what tool do we need to even measure that to see if that person's even accurate on that or not? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, at 14 years old, I mean, you may have a hot little flash and thinking you want something, but you're not grasping the whole concept of of sex, you know, because you wouldn't be trying to have sex if you was. So that's how we know right then and there that you're not able to make good decisions at 14 because you wouldn't be having sex at 14. Or, you know, if you understood it, you would just wait because you would understand the risks that come with it. Yeah, there's protection, but there's also other things too, like your innocence. You know what I mean? Like just you know, shit. What if you want to wait till you get married? You know what I mean? Shit, this still, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Still, you know what I'm saying? You can hope for that at least. You know what I'm saying? Shit. So that's what I'm saying. Like a 14-year-old wouldn't grasp the concept of the pros and cons of having sex at 14 because it'd be more cons than pros for sure.
Yeah,
I
it's just
mean,
their
So
impulsive behavior, and they don't think about, like, they don't have the life experience. When they become 30, they'll look back on it, and more than likely they'll regret it. Not the kids,
hey,
but
yeah, exactly.
there,
their
there's the, there
actions.
was, I don't mean to cut y'all off, but there's this TV
No.
show where these parents need help with their kids. Oh, let me cam back. You can't have Miranda being the only one cam. All right.
Oh,
I
I
wasn't
didn't even
scared.
notice. My bad.
It's all right.
No.
It wasn't scared straight. Hold on. Oh, hold on. All right. So it's this show. Uh, um, where these parents reach out for help. With them with help. uh, I don't. I can't. I don't. There's this black. There was this black lady, and she couldn't. She was like having a really hard time, like raising her daughters. They were like messing up in school, like doing real bad. Like I don't know which one it is. I'm gonna have to find it somewhere. But pretty much the gist of it was there was this like it was a TV show, but apparently it was like a community of parents that worked together with other parents as far as parenting, like certain techniques to use and all kind of stuff like that. Now there was this one girl, she was tripping, like she was doing. I mean, she's stealing from mom, taking a car, doing whatever she want, blah blah, just out of control. So they would like argue a lot or whatnot, and blase blase blah. And it was two daughters. One was like, "Why are you doing this?" And the other one was like, "I do what I want," right? And so, hold on, and hold on, let me look at this one first. Give me a second. My bad, y'all. It was Beyond Stare Straight. It might have been Beyond Scare Straight, but yeah, I might find it here. Thanks, bro.
Yeah,
So,
Queenstone. That's real. That's what I was saying too. Like, you know, when we talking about these ages of consent and all that, yeah, we don't want them to obviously
yeah,
with a 12-year-old messing around with another 12-year-old or 13-year-old, or like I like I wasn't trying to say that, but just to beat on my man Sterling or nothing like that, but most definitely a motherfucking 30-year-old man shouldn't even be in the same room sexually with a 14-year-old girl, or any of them ages. You know what I mean? Fucking, there's definitely cut off ages. Like, I know people may not agree, but I mean, there has to be some type of fucking line that can't be crossed when it comes to like people's innocence. And I don't give a damn what somebody may think as far as, how do we know if that person is ready? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, for sure. I think these type of situations. That's why I'm saying it's gray areas. Like when we talking about like adults doing it to children, then yeah, like that's nothing to play with. But when we talk about innocent teens fondling with each other, then yeah, I mean that's what we're here for. We're here to protect and give them guidance to not do that shit. You know what I mean? But them, my daughter or son, even my son meeting a 30-year-old woman, I would hope he would know that's not like normal. You know what I'm saying? Like in his conscience, would something in his body would tell him, yo man, that shit ain't right, right? Like, and he would go with it. You know what I'm saying? No matter how tempting it is. You know what I'm saying? Because morally, it's not right. You know what I'm saying? Same thing for girls. So yeah, there is a line that need to be drawn when it comes to adults messing with children. You know what I'm saying? But children messing with children, I mean, that's our job as parents. We need to be more on top of that. You know.
I feel it. I feel it.
Absolutely.
Cause like, I mean, what happens in the house stays in the house. So I mean, there are situations that come up that might not seem, but it's still situations you got to deal with. So when you in it, you in it, and you can't be. I don't know. You can't jump to conclusions or be too hot headed about it, because you might fuck around and make a real horrible one. You see what I'm saying? So if I don't know, man, I just don't know how I feel if my 12-year-old daughter come in the house talking about she lost her virginity. What? I mean,
Yeah.
she shouldn't even be in a position to have time to do that.
My dad was upset. He was extremely upset.
Any dad would be.
But like I
I
said, bro,
felt
I
the
know it
same.
happened, so I'm not like bashing anybody that has any younger children or they went through that themselves. Trust me, I do know that shit happens. But like I said, at that young of an age, your parents is responsible for that. I'm blaming parents.
But it's not. But it's not. But look, it's no question whose responsibility it is. But I'm not. What I'm saying, and I'm going back to, I don't want people to feel like that's a consensual age. I don't want that to be like the number, dog. Like I want it to be a number. Like I don't want it to be like, oh, that's where the consent starts. So, like, nah, like, no.
Just like there are some adults that are not, that are a little bit slower at learning and understanding things. That doesn't make it okay just because, okay, they're 16, 17, 18. I believe I heard Jeanette talking
Right.
about that earlier. Especially if a child has a situation to where they have a certain condition. Even if they're at that age, I don't believe from research that I've done that an adult or whatever would have, it would be okay. It still wouldn't be okay because they know that that person isn't working at full
Right.
capacity.
Yeah. And did you know they're at a higher risk of certain crimes?
And
There's
see,
higher risk
that's what
of
I
what?
said. I said the even field number should be 17. That was my answer. I say 17 because I mean that's you're almost gonna be 18. Obviously 18 is old enough, of course, but 17 is like that middle line where it's like maybe you may lose your virginity at 17 and not have to feel like you're doing something illegal or bad or that you know what I mean, like at 16, 15 you may
Morally wrong.
feel like you're
Do
gonna
you
feel
think
like
that it's okay for you to have sex at 16, 17, 18, but you can't smoke or drink till 21?
Well, exactly, because
Now.
that is a
Yeah.
better that leads into a better or a broader conversation, which is body autonomy, and that's kind of where I would go with it. Is like, at what age do you have the right to make your own decisions with your body, including
Right.
intercourse and including tattoos, including ingesting substances and chemicals. And I really hope I haven't offended anyone tonight. I just wanted to talk about something interesting.
No, you good, man. You good.
nah, yeah, you good.
Yeah, we just chopping it up right now. Now shit can get sideways, but it's not like you being disrespectful, so we appreciate that. Um,
Absolutely.
now my whole thing is when I was those ages, like I didn't care about nothing. Like nothing important crossed my mind ever, not once ever, at any point of the day at those ages up until like when I was graduating high school and I said, fuck, my real life is starting now. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, and
Like
what I
when
would
I
say.
was sitting there in graduation, I was like, today is the first day of the rest of my life. Like now is when the shit is hitting the fan. Like I gotta get a job. I didn't have like college aspirations and fucking um scholarships. I didn't even think I was gonna graduate. So I had no plan. My brain was just air was just going through the ears. The only thing I thought about was how to get this chick, uh, sports, video games. Like it was nothing real in there. And so, from my personal experience, if we have to go from personal experience, case by case basis, I can't make no blanket statement because everybody's different. Some people grow up in families where they grow up to be super mature, super fast. Okay, kudos. But the majority of people is not like that. I wasn't like that. So, from my experience with my kids, if they're anything like me, I need to give them every single possible tool they can have. You know what I'm saying? Because they are going to do some dumb ass shit. I know it. Because when I was younger, it wasn't like I was trying to do anything intentionally. It's just I was living life, and sometimes the first decision I made wasn't the right one. You know, and so I don't know. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna have to do it the way I believe I should in my house. I guess that's the end of the conversation. Like that's all we can really do is like handle it in your crib.
Right. And I
Like
would just
whoever kid is in that crib, like just make sure they know what they need to know when they every time they step outside.
right. And I would
Like
just
they know as much as they can. You see what I'm saying?
oh, absolutely, and I agree. But I would just encourage you to, separate the two things. What goes on under my roof is one thing, but what should be legal across the country is another thing. So
Exactly.
yeah, and that's the same case with many, 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 many issues. You don't want to impose your thoughts, beliefs. Maybe they're based on, for example, not you necessarily, but religion. And you say, hey, look, what goes on under my roof is based off of this religion and morals or whatever. But I don't want to impose that on somebody that I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very.
And
Other
the
countries, younger ages are you're getting married off. You don't even have a choice who you're marrying. You're out of here.
Right. And I
In
was just getting
school.
ready to say that at least in America, it's more of a freedom choice thing. And that sounds weird to say, but it is. But in other countries, it ain't like these kids are saying, oh, yeah, I'm 10 years old and I think I'm ready for sex. Let me go. Nah, their parents are saying, oh, this man likes you or this woman, like, or usually men, I
He
don't know,
could take
however it
care of
go, however
you.
it go.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He
Yeah.
could take
Yeah,
care
oh,
of
this
you. He
person
could
wants
pay
you. They're
us
gonna
for
take
you.
care of you. You're 12 years old. Go ahead with this grown man right here. That's
Yeah.
not like that's not like a choice. They're being
It's
told
not
to do that. So that shit
consensual.
don't count.
Right. Right.
Because
Right.
if
Exactly.
you ask them, let's ask them how do you feel about that? I bet you the majority of them be like, man, hell no. I want to fuck. I don't want to fucking go with this motherfucker. You know what I'm
There's
saying? Like,
so many
We do what
stories
our
of that.
parents
Fact.
say.
It's a lot of them.
Hmm.
It's a lot of
A
stories about
lot of stories about that. And then the father ends up killing the daughters in multiple situations because they're getting paid to give their daughters to these men. Some of these families are in poverty, and now you're trying to come back home. No, you better go back with him. We already have the money. You got to go back with him, and I think that's so messed up. So they'll send their sons to go harm their daughters, or they'll go do it themselves, and that's their mentality. It's sad, but it's reality in other countries. I feel like we have it a lot better.
it. We do.
right,
We do. Just the ability to have that right. You know.
to be able to
So
make a choice.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's and then there are certain what do they call them? Unalienable rights. I hate that fucking word. I swear to God, I've always hated it. That's why I didn't like civics because of that one word, unalienable. I would always say it funny, like in presentation. God damn it. Yeah, there are certain unalienable rights that everyone has, right? That's what it says in the Constitution. I believe, and I don't know. Is one of those the right to decide what goes on with your own body?
I think so. That's why the whole
No. Does
abortion
it say it
thing
in the?
going
Does it
on.
say it in the? Does it say it in the Constitution?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Well,
I answer something I don't know.
let me push back on that. If anything is written in the Constitution, does that make it morally right? I mean, like, just because something was written or not written in the Constitution doesn't make it right, because throughout history there have been laws and rules that were immoral, but they were accepted at the time. So I can't. I would just push back that you can point to some sort of document that makes this whole thing okay or not
Oh
okay.
no, that's not what I was doing. I was just asking. I was asking more of a rhetorical question, but you know, I'm glad you answered it. So exactly. So a right to your own body isn't in the Constitution, just like what is in the Constitution that says a certain type of people are only considered, what is it, 3/5 of a human being. Still, they haven't changed that yet. So it's a very old piece of paper, and you know the way society is progressing. I believe they call it being a progressive, right? When you think forward, um, And I feel like that's what we're moving towards, because like he came in here just knowing that bombs was going to get dropped on him for his opinion, right? Sterling just came in here
Yes,
knowing that,
yes,
because
I knew it.
it sounds like he's tried to have this conversation a bunch of times.
And I admit fully that I've had more time to think this out than probably most people, because it is weird. But hear me now. No, I get it. But like, I don't want to have this conversation because I think it should be more accessible for me or anyone to take advantage of a child. Okay. I want to have this conversation because it opens the door, because first of all, not many people are willing to. And I want to thank you for allowing me to bring up the conversation. And
yeah, no problem, man.
And I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to listen to dissenting opinions. And
Can we see his face?
Oh, my bad. I keep forgetting to pull him back up.
Nobody want to see this ugly mug. No, I was just saying thank you. And I didn't mean, I'm not a troll. I didn't mean to trigger anyone.
No, you good, man. We deal with trolls all day, man.
And yes, I have had time to think about it and process it, because, well, this whole thing started because I hit a link on this guy's panel, right? I don't think she was here for this, so I want to explain quickly. I hit links on everybody's panel, like including this one. I just hit a link and come on here, and that's how I met him. So yeah, I'll just jump into the hot water, and I found myself on this channel that was discussing. Well, they were a child predator community. Like, he wasn't like a decoy. Like, I didn't think I was talking to a 12-year-old kid or not like that.
Okay.
Like, chill. No, he was cammed up. His name's Locksmith. If you search Locksmith Predator,
I found him.
Yeah, he's like a 45-year-old white dude. He was bald. Like, I mean, it was an adult. Okay, but anyway, when you're and I thought he was a locksmith. I didn't know the subject matter, and we were talking about normal stuff. And then all of a sudden, if you look at the videos, I'm surrounded by like 5 or 6 like predator catchers, like the people who do the decoy stuff, and they were grilling me because when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Facts.
And what I mean by that is these people catch pedophiles for a living, which I respect.
Yeah.
And I told them I love those channels. I've seen 1 or 2 of them. I think it's fascinating, and expose them. I'm for that. But like, because they ganged up on me, I kind of pushed back in a way that's much less respectful than I have been tonight. Because they weren't very respectful to me, and everyone on this channel has been respectful. There's been a couple of, there's been some shade thrown, and like you said, I get that going into it, because guess why? Everybody does what we did here tonight. You think about my kids. If you got kids, you think about my kids, and it gets like really emotionally involved. It makes you feel really riled up. Yeah, and that's what. Yeah, and so anyway, that's what started this whole conversation. And I'm sorry, I got lost on that thought. But.
So I got a question. So then my question is this, because we always tend to leave out other things too that could be deciding factors. So we talked about everybody's rights, and we don't want to violate nobody's rights. And when I look at these laws that are being made, and and especially the one that says, so before I ask this, I want to make sure I'm getting it right. In Massachusetts, when it says you can get married, a girl for 12 and a boy 14, who can you get married to? You can get married to anybody?
Exactly, to anybody. Yeah, because the way it was read on camera was almost like a 12-year-old girl could get married to a 14-year-old boy or something like that. But that's not what it was saying. It was saying that in Massachusetts, with parental consent, a 12-year-old girl can get married to whoever the fuck she and her parents agree to. And a 14-year-old boy could get married to whoever the fuck their parents want to.
No, that can't be true.
I guess it is. I thought it was the other way.
So there's a 14-year-old boy that wants to marry a 9-year-old girl at school.
No.
They still have to be above those ages.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Okay, because I was gonna say that doesn't make sense. Anybody they want, no.
Well, no, you're right. But what I was saying, that doesn't really factor into it, because like I said, you have to be at least 12 to be a girl. So
that's okay. So then I can still ask this question, because you said that I guess the barrier is the parents, and obviously I'm not knowing what parents is letting their 14-year-old daughter or son marry too old of a person if they are even entertaining that. But I can see some weird parents saying, "Okay, I want my 14-year-old daughter to marry this 16-year-old boy." Okay, but
That's
whatever. You know what
crazy.
I'm saying? But I'm not really seeing too many parents that are just willingly giving up their 13 or 12-year-old daughter to this old ass 40-year-old
I would
man or
I would
something.
I would jump in and say
Yeah.
I don't know many parents who are giving their 12-year-old daughter away to a 12-year-old boy. Like that's weird. So yeah, no. But
Yeah, and I know it goes down, and I know it goes down. So then that leaves room to ask these questions. This question, let's take a step back even further. Who's even making these laws? Like
mm,
that, that's
For
that's
real, like, yeah.
that's
That's what I'm
Who
listen,
said
hold on,
that
hold
thinking.
was
on, hold on, hold
cool?
on, hold on. That's what we
And
have to really
when?
question. Like, do you guys, Sterling, do you honestly think that in office these are women that are making these laws?
No, I think these are men that are
Mm-mm.
No, I'm
wanting.
not. I'm asking him. I want him. I
Oh,
want to
okay,
see.
okay,
I
okay. Yeah,
want to
go.
see. Like Sterling, do you think in office the motherfuckers that are making these 12 and 14-year-old age laws, do you think that these are women that are doing this, or do you think it's
I
being
think
ran by men?
I think it's rich white men who yeah
Okay,
who
so
Like
there we have it. So
but hold on, let me push back on that because
Let me push back on that.
I like how you say that. That's so respectful.
please allow me. Oh, I am coming with nothing but respect. Trust me. If you want to see
but
disrespect, look for me on these locksmith videos. There's like 2 of them, and I was so angry. I was so angry because they weren't giving me respect, and I'm being respectful tonight, and I'm not angry. My adrenaline is going because I'll be honest. I put my cards on the table. I love talking about stuff like this. I love it. I love it. Why?
mm,
Because you're trolling. Because you're trolling, Sterling. Yeah, I mean, if that's what you call trolling, but if for me, I like
no,
something.
no, I'm not saying that like that. I'm just saying that's
no,
we have to look like, okay, why are these laws being made? Well, who's fuck is making them? Oh, okay,
yeah,
well, I guess maybe that makes fucking sense. Why 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 that law is the way it
Sure.
is, because
yeah,
I don't see no respectable woman up here uh writing in laws that, yeah, I think it's cool for a 12-year-old girl to marry a 40-year-old man. That's something a fucking sick perverted dude would fucking write into laws, or some horny dick dude, males
yeah.
would write into a fucking constitution that's okay. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to put that out there, that when we're talking about violating people's rights, I mean, we can't even bring that into discussion, because look who's writing the laws. Like, and those people are weird. So I mean, we can't really even, it's just like Queen Stone says, it's just ways they can write in laws to do funny style shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, behind stepping up and signing these bills and having the last say as far as, all right, guys, we're gonna write this into law and order. It's cool to do this and do that. No, it's these horny ass men that's doing that shit. So that's what we need to
oh
call
my
it for what it
goodness.
Well, hold on.
is.
Well, hold on.
What about cultures?
Sorry.
I mean,
What?
when were the laws implemented? Isn't
Who?
America trying to become more culturally aware? I'm saying some cultures marry like that, right?
Yeah, but them cultures that's like forced shit. Like, when you start talking about religion and
Right.
cultures, that's some shit that's forced now, and it's against something that you probably really don't want to do, but you're trying to follow your religion, or you're trying to follow your culture to do it.
Mm,
But that ain't. I can't go off of that, because, like I said, if you ask that individual girl that's 12 if she wants to go get married off to anybody right now, I'm sure they're gonna tell you no.
Nope,
absolutely.
Like,
absolutely not.
they're gonna say, no, straight the fuck out. You may have one here or there that fell off the bed and bumped their head and don't really know, but the average
Fell
12
out
year
the
old little
bed and
girl is
bumped
gonna
it.
tell you, no, I don't want to go get married to this motherfucker, and we
Wait, hold
all
on, hold
know
on, wait,
that.
wait,
We all
wait.
know
I
that.
want to, I want to hear Sterling's pushback, because he was about to, he was getting passionate about it.
Well,
Look, listen. I like these opinions because, listen, I never looked at this shit this way ever. I don't even think like I said, I never looked at these numbers. You
And
see what I'm
again,
saying?
I didn't either up until I got in this discussion and found myself in the hot seat. And like I said, but since then, I realized that in my position on the channel a few weeks ago on this channel I was talking about,
Yeah,
Locksmith,
yeah,
was
yeah.
that I don't know what the age should be. Okay, because again, I wasn't ready for the conversation. These people that I was talking to had already thought about this shit, much longer than I had. I was like you
Mhm.
guys. It was hitting me for the first time. So
Yeah.
all I could contribute then was that I did know then that the age was different of consent state by state. Like I knew some were 16 and some were 18, and I thought that was weird. Like, why is the number not the same? Why are they different? How could that be? And then I started thinking about it, and they pressed me and pressed me and pressed me. Should it be lowered? Should it be increased? And I was just like, I don't know. I don't know. Which is a fair statement. And they're like, what do you mean? This is what they said to me. And they crucified me. They crucified me because they said, what do you mean you don't know? And I was like, well, let's think of some shit that you don't know. And let me ask you, what do you mean you don't know? You see how weird that is? You know, it's a weird question to ask someone why they don't know. And it's always fair to say, I don't know. But the problem, what I would object to then now is anybody claiming that they do know what the number and age should be for everyone across the United States of America, you know,
Right.
because what I'm saying is it's if you want to just pick a number, sure, okay, then okay. But you don't know. You know, with respectfully. Anyway, I'm speaking to everyone, you know. I don't know.
Okay, can we say respectfully that it's comfortable to say that anyone you look at and majority of people are like, yo, that looks like a child. It seems like a child that has some level of innocence, right? I think all adults kind of can like see like the innocence in a child, right?
Of course.
But a child can't see its own innocence, right? It just knows what it wants, right?
Not
All
sure.
right, so I think my thing is I would hate for it to go into a space because the mentality of a predator loves shit like this. Because because it's like you got to think like a criminal, you know, to like see like what they might do next. It's like, so if it gets to a point where they're lower and lower and lower, and it's like some people be having hidden agendas, man. And
Okay, well, I hope you don't think I'm one of those people, and I've never.
no. What I'm
It
saying is,
felt like hold on. Let me say something. That felt like a little bit of a subtle shot.
no. I'm not talking about you. I'm not. Trust me. Black people. I don't. Those white guys you were talking to, they were sitting there trying to play with your head, trying to make you say something. I'm gonna tell you straight up and down what it
Thank
is.
you. All right,
You know, I'm not gonna dance around it. That's all good. Now I'm talking about like the R. Kelly thing. You know what I mean? He went to cities and he used his star power and his money and his fame to literally pull young girls from their cities everywhere he went. Like that was his thing. You see what I'm saying? He would get young girls to come back to his hotel with him, or get back on the plane with him, and that's how he got the girls he had, which got him thrown in jail. He's in jail because in court when people were cross-examined and the stories were told and the egregiousness of the sexual acts, it convinced a jury that this man not only manipulated these girls, but his perversion led him to make them do horrible, disgusting things that they can never undo. They may never be able to look at themselves the same way again. And when they do get out of this hypnotization, if they ever do, are they ever going to find a man that's going to love them enough for them to completely forget about all that, especially in 2022? So like these things have lasting effects on people. So even if it's two kids that think they're ready, even if they don't have kids, you know, they still might look back on it like, man, I didn't want my first time to be in the middle of the woods next to a pond. But we just did it because we were there, and that's what humans do when they feel like doing something, right? So even if the age is the same, if you're at a certain age where you're not ready for that the emotional rush or the endorphins that come with that, and the changes that are made once you connect like that with a person, like that could affect you as well. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And we all agreed that happens at the age of 18, and it never happens younger than that, right? And it never happens older than that. No, we don't.
No. I'm saying it does happen, right? So I'm saying that happens, but I'm saying like I don't think by putting a number on it is the world saying like, because I only think that matters when it becomes a legal thing. Like nobody's saying it's illegal for 12-year-olds to mess around with other 12-year-olds. I'm not saying that's illegal. I'm saying it starts to get weird right? But when just looking at people that age as sexual beings becomes the norm. I don't want to be in that world.
Mm-hmm. No, me neither.
You see what I'm saying? I don't want to be in that world where.
But unfortunately, we are in the world where there
No. Listen. They already did it in Twilight with the romantic scenes with the kids. They've done it in some things with romantic scenes when kids are supposed to be a certain age in the show. They would never do that in the past. They start doing that shit now. I'm saying, you're right. It is becoming that world, but it's becoming that, right? But I don't see it as it's inevitable and we can't do something to like tone that shit down, because that shit needs to tone down, in my opinion. Like they gotta tone that shit down. Like over sexualizing kids just like you can't blanketly give a number on when they're going to be ready. You can't blanketly give a number on when they're not going to be ready.
Facts.
So you see what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yeah. But you can kind of in a sense.
Oh, here we go. So we can and we can't. Like there's some contradiction, and I'm not trying to like spread controversy, but all I'm trying to point out is that, hey, look how many different people have all these different opinions, and their numbers range. Hey, some people say that it shouldn't even be based on age. It should be based on whether you're living in your mama's basement, or whether you've made a lot of bad decisions in your life, or whether you have a home or not. What I'm saying is, if we can all agree that what we've heard is so many different opinions, then there must not be a point in science, in age, in maturity. When you're ready, it must be different from person to person. And you could get hung up on, oh yeah, but I want to hear you right here and now. Tell me that an 8-year-old is not ready. Okay, sure, I'll give you that. Fine, yes, I agree. But I don't know the number. Is it 9? Is it 10? Blah, 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 blah. And it's not up to me to figure it out. I'm not smart enough.
Okay, no problem. So we can all agree that if you're not ready, you shouldn't be doing it, right? Right. But I also think there's an element of manipulation to it, of an underdeveloped mind. And one thing I think is scientific is when the mind develops.
And what was my position on what happens when?
I don't remember what you said. I remember Miranda mentioned it first. She was the first one to mention it, but I did forget what you said about that.
All right, somebody who I want someone else to tell him what should happen when a minor was taken advantage of by an older person. What was my position? Because I wanted this to be very clear. I don't think it should go on.
Oh yeah. You said they should get locked up, right?
Yeah, no. You said that they should be. If they did an evaluation and all that shit, and it was found that they was taken advantage of, then yeah, they should be locked up. Yeah, you said that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, but only under an evaluation, or if they were underage, complete.
What do you mean? Well, what do you mean by underage? I said that if there's any allegation that someone has been taken advantage of, or even had sex, I'd be willing to go as far as some people are having sex, right? And one of them's a minor. There should be an investigation. And if it's been found that they're. And I want like the really smart people to figure out whether that person was really mature enough to make the decision, and not old enough, because age and maturity do not coincide. And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that, and I would hate to impose my beliefs on someone I never met. And the right to do with your body as you please is not a right, but I just wonder if it should be. And this kind of goes hand in hand with this conversation. So thank y'all once again. Thank y'all for talking to me.
So let's not get the two things mixed up. Let's not get like consent and rape, like put it too close together, because then it starts to sound the same, right? So, the position is more like, did that person actually consent, or did they not? What I'm saying is, like you said, if someone comes out and says that they were violated, it should be investigated. Well, that's what already happens.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is not if the minor comes out. I'm saying if anybody comes out and makes allegations about a minor under the age of 18, specifically the parents, but I'd even extend it to anyone, like a teacher, you know, whatever. If the allegations are out there, there should be an investigation. The people who are alleged to be having sex should be investigated by a psychologist and find out if they're ready to make that decision.
All right, now the decision's already the act has already happened, right?
Right.
And so when you say to make that decision, if they were violated, they didn't make the decision; someone made it for them, right? So I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Sure. So if the shrink or the psychologist says, hey, you know what, that girl was 15 and she wasn't ready, I'm sure of it, and that's my medical opinion. Then
But even if she was 15 and she was like, no, I wanted it to do it.
Again, what I'm saying is that we all know and we've all agreed that when we were children of a certain age, we claimed we were ready to do a lot of things, and maybe we weren't. And what I'm agreeing with and what I'm putting on the table is, yeah, I was one of those persons that thought I was ready. And so I don't think it should be up to necessarily me as a minor, and certainly not the government, and maybe not even my parents. I think it should be up to someone who can interview me, someone who's a psychologist and has these type of degrees that can really break it down.
Okay, so let me put it this way. So that being said, right, with these laws of getting married, right, at young ages, right, do you think all of those people that are getting married under parental consent are being psychologically evaluated?
No, they're not, and I think they should be.
Okay.
And that's like you see what my position is. I'm protecting.
No, I hear you.
I'm protecting the kids too. In this theory that I present, and again, it's just a thought experiment, and I haven't really worked through it, but just for like 2 weeks, I've been thinking about it. Yeah, I feel like those kids that are 12 or 14 in Massachusetts, what a shame that their parents could potentially be in a financial bind up against the ropes, and they find themselves having to sell their children, which it does happen in this country, under the table in certain sects, in certain religions, yada yada. In any case in point, what would happen if that 12-year-old or that 14-year-old wasn't ready to make that decision? And I would say they're not. They're probably not. But again, it's not up to me. And I feel really bad for anybody under the age of 18 that gets married, really to more specifically to an adult, without that psychological evaluation that I just described.
Okay. So then it starts to get ugly for you. Okay, I got you. So essentially, it's all logical at the end of the day. Like that's very logical to me. If someone comes out and says they were violated, you know what I mean, if someone speaks on someone else's behalf and says they were violated, they get evaluated. And if someone decides they want to marry someone of a certain age, they should be evaluated. So I have another question. At what age do you still need to be evaluated? If that is implemented, what age does the evaluation need to stop?
That is an amazing question. And you know what? I don't know, because I haven't even got that far yet. Great question. You're ahead of me.
Yeah, that's what they used to say, and then they still held me back. So this is cool. All right, so we've gotten to the point where we've not come to a conclusion, but you know, it's interesting because we learned just by listening that we're kind of saying the same things, we're kind of standing for the same things. So certain people should be evaluated, right? But my whole question is, right, if your brain puts you to the point where maybe they should be evaluated, if you have to think about whether or not someone's good, like in a position where they know they want to have sex, don't you kind of think they probably aren't ready? If you even have to evaluate them in the first place?
Well, again, what I was saying was that even if the 15-year-old thinks that they're ready and claims to be, they should be evaluated nonetheless. Anybody under the age of 18 should be evaluated and find out, even if though they say they claim to be. Probably, if I had to give an answer, up until 18, but I'm still not sure. I don't want to say that.
They may have evaluated. How do you know they haven't?
I'm sorry.
How do you know
Oh
they
no,
haven't evaluated? As far as like from a medical standpoint, how do they know that the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed?
Wait, where's Miranda?
What I'm saying,
the quote is over her.
Can you see me?
I got you in there. I got you in there, Miranda. I got you.
Anyway, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you
Hello?
fine. Well, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you good. You good.
I'm just saying that. How does he know that there hasn't been any
Sure.
studies
But you-
conducted?
You misrepresent my position with all due respect. I don't know that they haven't. What I'm saying is it should be mandatory.
For every single teenager that has a sexual impulse or desire?
For every single what?
For every single underage person that has sexual desires?
No. Desires, no, not desires. You can have whatever thoughts you want. But what I'm saying is that let's say I'm a parent, right? And if I have a child, anybody under the age of 18 that is my child, that I'm the guardian of, if I even think that that person is having sex with anyone over the age of 18, right? An adult, even if it doesn't matter what
Even
age.
under.
Well, I would say it doesn't matter. I'm going to change that. I would say it doesn't matter what age they are.
Right.
If I feel like my minor child has been taken advantage of because they're not mature enough to make the decision to have sex, then there should be a mandatory investigation and assessment. And I should go to law enforcement and make those claims, and the process should start from there.
All right, so we all saying the same thing then. All right, cool. So that being said, when you see something on paper as a law, because we look at laws a certain way as Americans, that's what we go by. We go by our laws. You gotta follow the rules, you go to jail, right? So when we see on paper something like that, and we look at those ages, I don't know if other people's brains do this, but like 420 brought up earlier, that came out of the minds of people to even put it down on paper in the first place. And one thing I learned in the military is our TIs would tell us, if it's any rules you don't like, we will happily go into the rule book and we'll be able to pinpoint which person and which situation created that rule. Because most stupid rules are made for stupid people. So if a group of people that overlook their society and make certain rules for it had to sit there and think about how old a child has to be to we started off on the wrong foot. We gotta take a couple steps back, because like they had to put their head in a space where it's enough of amount of people in that society at that time that was like, hey man, what about those 12-year-olds? What?
Exactly, man.
So
and then they try to clean it up by saying, and your parent has to agree with it.
right.
Well, of course the fucking parent. Well, I would hope so, motherfucker. I hope so. Because if not, then we all be fucked in. Goddamn.
Oh man. Oh, this is good stuff.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Hey man, I appreciate you, Sterling, man. I appreciate you, man. Sterling, man.
It's nothing but love. It's nothing but love. Honest to God, bro. Honest to
No,
God.
I like the perspective, because I feel like
And
we
then,
got
man,
a
to
little
be
something.
honest, I would like to be a fly on the wall when they're asking this girl, this 14, 15-year-old girl, 16-year-old girl, or I wouldn't even say 16, because at 16, I mean, I agree, okay, but I don't. I guess it depends on how old that person is, but at 16, I can see a female telling herself, like, I think I'm ready for sex. Okay, I get it, but a 13-year-old, 12-year-old, 14, I would like to be in a room when they're asking this 14-year-old, like, how do you come to the conclusion that you're ready to have sex? And I just want to hear, like, the examples and the answers, like, that they would give them. Like, I would want to know. Like,
Yeah,
I know
that evaluation has got
it
to be
sounds stupid as
crazy,
hell.
right?
It probably sounds stupid as
Yeah.
hell.
No.
Cringe.
No, it's a great point, because it comes to like, what should that evaluation sound like? And how do you determine? How does the professional determine it? And that would be interesting. Just the same way it would be interesting when that same person evaluates
50,000 likes.
My bad.
No, you're good. It would be interesting to see how they evaluate that 15-year-old who got charged as an adult for murder. It'd be interesting. It's the same exact thing, because what did they determine that person was in the mental state to make the decision as a quote unquote adult. And here's one more thing I want to say real quick. It gets really emotional when you turn it to your own kids. And I've said that 3 times now. I won't say it again. But it also, in the same boat, it's kind of easy to hide behind words like adult and child. Because hear me out. If I said right now, adults should not be having sex with children, we could all agree, because you see how those words are loaded. But if we broke it down, what we would find is that we don't all agree on what age or what point you become an adult. We don't even agree on the metric where we can decide someone is an adult, because some people would say it's age. Some people would say it's maturity. Those things aren't the same. Some people would be, are you taking care of business? Are you paying bills? Do you have a job? Do you live in your mama's house? There's so many things that I would just encourage you, even though it hurts in your gut to think about a child being taken advantage of. Yeah, me too. Me too. That's why I want to protect them. And you know, but like we just don't know at what age they're ready.
I'm researching this. I promise.
Okay, so how about this? That being said, if they're all individuals, I keep going back to the same thing I'm going back to. It's case by case.
That's my point.
One case is they come in the house, they say someone took advantage. Okay, that's one course of action. They come in the house and they say they lost their virginity. Okay, so then the case changes. How old was that person? If that 15-year-old says they met him at the bar and they were 20, said they were 21, the parents gonna lose their shit. If the 15-year-old says, "Oh, it's Brianna, she's in my class," and it's like, and then you kind of just sit down and have the talk with them, right? It's different vibes, right? Because it's case by case. If that's a boy, most likely that's how that conversation is going to go. If it's a girl with her dad, he's going to that nigga's house. If it's a girl with her mom, I don't know how that goes. I don't know how women have those talks with their girls, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be that drastic. It might be more of a loving type, you know,
Yeah.
coming of age, maybe. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? But like every person is different. Every scenario is different. I get that. But see, I think that's what makes society diverse. If you live in a little slice of society where it's a norm to see Stacy drop out of the 8th grade and marry Chuck that works in the coal mine. If that's y'all societal shit, and Stacy's fine, and she's not beating on her, and they end up living happily ever after. If that's your people's societal norms, and that's what they see, and that's what makes sense to them, and ain't nobody getting hurt, y'all do that. But I'm not gonna live in that society. I'm always feel like I don't give a fuck if that kid has a Fortune 500 company. I'm gonna feel like it's something a little strange there. You know what I mean? Like you must be the fucking smartest, most mature fucking kid on the planet.
Can I push
You know
back?
what I'm saying? Yeah, push all you want.
All right.
You should
This is
push up,
Sure.
raise the roof.
And also understand that when I push back, I don't necessarily believe what I'm saying, or I'm just kind of questioning things.
Get an opinion.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Lost my train of thought. You said if you had a Fortune 500 company, right? You said
No, I'm saying I don't care. I say I wouldn't care because
Right.
I'm just saying
You
that me just seeing it face value, well,
Yeah.
and all my ignorance of their relationship and who they are as personal people,
Mhm.
and all my ignorance, they could be blissfully happy, 100%. But I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready to see a person that young being ready. Maybe that's more of what I need to be honest about. I'm not ready for that.
right.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it.
Thank you. I'm ready now. So you said that, and you said it just seems a little strange. And I get that. But what I would say is that there's a lot of people in this country at one point in time, maybe even right now, who considered gay marriage to be kind of strange, gay intercourse to be kind of strange. But and so if they had their way, that would be illegal too. So we can't go based off of what we think is kind of strange. Even though I would agree with you that I think it's also kind of strange.
Okay. No, I get it. But you also have to understand that some people still think it's kind of strange.
But what I'm saying is, and hear me now, it doesn't matter what any of us think is strange.
Oh yeah, and I understand that. That's what I'm saying. If you live in that world, I want you to be happy in that world. I don't have anything. I don't want it to end. I don't want your happy way of life to end. But I'm just probably not going to live in that little space of society where that's the norm. I'm probably going to stay in my space of society where the norm is, they get a little bit older, they get a little bit more, footing, they kind of get their head on their shoulders, or my idea of what someone's head on their shoulders is, right? Because I don't know everything, and so then kind of get a little bit more, get a little bit more life lived before you either hitch yourself to someone or even make those adult decisions. You see what I'm saying? I mean, and I'm not knocking those spaces. They can be in those spaces as long as ain't nobody getting hurt and they happy. I guess that's how they work in that. But I don't think I'm ready, and I don't think I want to be ready to see that. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to.
I do, and I would like to hear from the other people on the panel.
I'm doing something.
My bad, you
Hey,
guys.
look,
What was the question? Sterling, go ahead again. My bad.
Oh, just generally, I feel like we hadn't heard from a lot of people in a while. I was just checking in and want to see where y'all are at and what do y'all think? Tell me how dumb I am. Whatever you
trust
say.
me, it's not about you being dumb. We just having a conversation. Look, I'm giving you my opinion.
I was kidding.
Are you good?
But, yeah.
He ready.
Yeah,
He ready for
a whole
he
nother topic. That's why I
think
kind
we're
of
gonna attack.
No, but
We're not gonna attack you, bro. I promise.
No.
topic. So I kind of was like, let me just step back. Y'all could talk about that.
Sure. But I'm asking you.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Yeah, go
y'all
on.
already know my stance on that type of topic. So that's why I was just like,
I don't know.
But see, that's why I'm glad the ladies shared, because they told from personal experience, like, I might have lost it at this age, or I might have did X, Y, Z, but I'm looking, and that's what I'm saying. Like the hindsight, the adults being present, because I'm always, this is going to be my fallback every time. My personal experience and the personal experience from the women, you know what I mean? That was like, I look back and I kind of wish I would have did, I kind of wish I would have did it a little different, or handle it a little different. Like most girls I talk to, like, I don't personally come out and ask them weird questions like that, but if it comes up, they'll be like, yeah, I kind of hope my when I lost it, it was a little different. Like, could have been a little bit more special, or blah blah blah. Like, so, I mean, and I think as much as dudes won't admit it, it's kind of the same thing with guys. Like, some guys probably be like, man, I should have hit her the first time. I was drunk. I just did it because it was available. Like, I kind of wish I would have waited for my first girl, or da 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 da. It's all hindsight, and I think it's important to like pour that into children, because I don't know. I just think as a kid, you just don't have the mental faculties to properly, understand the gravity of that situation.
And I don't either. But see, we can't say words like kids without being real specific about what that is.
I think a kid is anything under 18, 17. That's a kid to me. That's a little kid.
All right, you want me to push back on you real quick?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right,
Don't push too hard. I might fall out my chair.
Okay, so bad. All right, let's do it. So, should a 17-year-old be able to have sex with a 17-year-old?
I don't know. Because
Good
I kind of think they're still kids. So in my eyes, if you're living in my house and you're 17, I necessarily don't want you participating in action that's going to put you in grown situations.
Should it be legal across the country, not your house? Forget about that.
Legal? I can't. I don't know what should be legal across the country.
What was the question? You said 17-year-old having sex with who?
17.
17-year-old.
17 on 17. I mean, that's cool shit.
Okay. Why?
I did it.
they're
Why?
kids.
Okay, go on.
Kids experiment.
Sure. Okay. So a person who's
I mean, I'm
17
sure you experimented even before you had sex, right?
I'm still a virgin. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm like,
Oh,
okay, good
no.
job. Yeah, sure.
No, I mean, sure, yeah, I experimented, but hold on, let's go with it. So, and what I'm trying to do, I'll put my cards on the table, is that once again, if you say the metric should be age difference, then I'm gonna poke holes in that, okay? Not because I believe it, don't crucify me, but it's only to show you that we all don't agree, even y'all. Let's forget about me and what my stance is. I'm gonna show you that we all don't agree because if we answer these questions separately from each other, and it's going to be difficult in this group setting because we're all kind of swayed by what another person says. But anybody who wants to answer this question can go for it. Should a 17-year-old be able to have sex with a 17-year-old? Legally, not yours, not in your house, legally across the country.
To me, 17 is 17. They're both young. They're both. I mean, you're gonna
They're
send them both to
both at
jail.
the
They're both the
same
same age,
brain
No,
maturation. They're both at the
okay,
same level.
okay, but
and that would take us into younger ages now. See, it's gonna
okay.
take us all down a rabbit hole.
Yes, I am absolutely. I was going to take you down a rabbit hole because that's fair, and that's my point. Is that I was going to give you an easy one first, and I was going to hammer it and hammer it and hammer it and hammer it.
But you didn't want to answer my question,
Oh, I'm
though.
sorry. What was it?
You didn't want to answer my question
No, I
when I
did.
was like, okay, so 8, 9, 10. You didn't want to do that.
Okay, let me. Are you ready?
Okay,
8.
yeah. So is 8
8.
cool?
Depends how you ask the question. And for me,
Wait, can we see his face? I want to see his facials while he's saying these.
Keeps going. It keeps dropping down. I'm not dropping them down.
I don't know how to drop myself down. I don't even think.
No, it's because of the comment blocks it. So
Okay.
8.
Okay, say the question, and I'm not trying. Listen, hear me out. Ask if you don't mind, please, because my brain is really weird. I think I have some. I really don't know what's wrong with me, but I need a full detailed sentence question. If you don't. Yeah.
So what age do you think it should be okay to participate in sexual activities? So now since you're asking, 17 and 17, so if an 8-year-old, an 8-year-old, or an 8-year-old, should that be okay?
Yeah, that's right. Now you're asking me the questions that I did.
Yeah. I want your honest opinion.
And okay, let's jump to my ultimate opinion is I don't know. And it's again, even if I claimed that I did know, what would I base it off of? Even if you claimed you did know, what would you base it off of? Certainly not.
Oh, I wouldn't claim I knew.
Excuse me.
I'm just saying I don't think that an 8-year-old is able to say.
Okay, and let me tell you, I don't either. Okay. I'm not being okay. I want to answer your question. I don't either. But here's the problem. If I agree to that, then it goes to 9. And then I have to make it, and ultimately it's going to get to a number where I have to make a decision, and I don't know. And so the reason I don't know is because it's not a number. Do you understand? For me and my personal, if you ask me personally, my kids, me, myself, hell no. My Tinder is set on 18 to 100. Okay. Mm-hmm. So for me personally, like, no, it's not acceptable. But is it acceptable in any circumstance? I feel like my emotions trigger me to say no. But then I know I'm not going to do that because then somebody's going to keep going and keep going and keep going to a point where ultimately I just don't know. So why not just begin with, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, I can accept that. I can accept that for sure. You don't know. If you don't know, you don't know.
So he's saying he doesn't know. Now, what the question is teetering towards is not whether or not those individual people can consent, but like if you start having a conversation about them being able to consent with one another, right? Then the conversation goes to, well, who else can consent with them? And then that's when it gets weird. So I'ma just remain old school. I'm gonna tell the new school thought to go fuck itself as far as this topic, and I'm gonna stay old school. You a child to me. If you, I ain't even gonna lie. Even if you over 18, it's girls that's over 18 that still look young to me. If you look young to me, if you seem young to me, if you're immature, if you're childish, that's kind of how I feel about it. So me personally, but like. I don't know. I just feel like the conversation leaves it really, really wide open for a lot of people to fill in the blanks however they want to. and to have an opinion where you feel like, whenever you're ready, you're ready. I don't know. I'm a little old school. You ready when I feel like you are. If you live it,
Is
so
my
maybe I am taking away rights. So I do want to take away rights.
do you believe?
Yeah.
Do you believe that it's my opinion that whenever a person says they're ready, they are ready? Do you believe that that's what I've stated here tonight? I just want to clarify.
No,
Oh,
absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So we really
No.
haven't heard from anyone on this panel or otherwise that says that they believe that when a person claims to be ready, they in fact are ready. That was not my position or anyone else's. So what that
Was it
is,
about the laws?
I think it was about. No, what he's saying what he's not saying is just because when someone says they're ready, that means they are. So
Mhm.
he's
But
saying
he's
that,
also saying that in order to determine that, like he would want to like so there's no just so we know there's no taking advantage going on. You would want to evaluate the person to make sure they made the right decisions and they were able to accept the fact that they wanted to have sex and they knew what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? But I guess the drawback is like what I guess just for me is like what kind of questions would you even ask a motherfucker that young that like Sterling, if you're interviewing a 14-year-old, what are the questions you're gonna ask her or him? My bad.
I don't know because I'm not a child psychologist. What do they what you tell me? What should you ask someone who's committed murder at the age of 14 to decide whether or not they should be tried as an adult? You don't know. So I'm actually
No. What I'm saying is to make it because there's certain questions that you have to ask if you're trying to get to a certain point. So if you're trying to figure out if this person was taken advantage of, then you're gonna ask questions along the lines. You would ask the correct questions to make it seem like this person is not getting taken advantage of. Like for example, did you like how long have you been having sex, or I don't know, like would you did you have something going on like in like lower your body, your lower body part that was like throbbing or something, and you had to put something in there, like like what was your urge, like what does whatever, and if they're able to answer these,
like,
I don't know,
yeah, like that's a weird, like, okay, so that's like saying,
like,
I mean, but see, we I don't want two things to get mixed up because it's easy to do that. It's easy to blur those lines between two different situations. A claim of sexual assault, right? A sexual assault claim, right? And a second. Let me get the link to my boy. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Why you do that, if I may.
No, I'm dropping the link for my boy.
Oh, well, then go ahead.
Everybody's willing to come up. This is an open panel. So yeah, let's not get the two things blurred. Like one thing is a claim of sexual assault and what roads should be gone down for that, right? And then there's another claim of, I guess, it's been brought to someone's attention that someone that's considered to not be able to make that decision has made that decision, right? And then if the other party is considered within an age that might be out of the age range, right, based on the law, then there should be an evaluation. And if that younger party has not been passed as far as being able to make that decision, then that older party should be prosecuted.
Right,
I understand that. You see what I'm saying? I get that.
Yeah.
But it's two different scenarios, and I don't want the conversation to go to where you're condoning this or you're condoning that. Nothing's being condoned here.
No, I
I'm
know,
talking
and I was
about you
able to.
Don't personalize it, Sterling. Don't personalize it, Sterling.
Hang
I
on.
was able
Hold
to
on.
distinguish between the two for sure. I definitely knew the two.
Hold on.
Not you. This is a general statement about the entire conversation we're having.
I'm not talking generally. I'm talking about specifically. Look at the horrible things people have said about me in the chat, and you've laughed at them. You haven't told them, hey, don't say that about Sterling. And you run your channel the way you want to, but you tell me not to personalize it when people have said horrible things about me in the chat.
Let's put it up here. Hold on.
Do it or don't. I don't care. But
did I highlight them?
No, you didn't.
I didn't highlight them.
No, but
I read
just
them.
allowed you to speak though.
I'm sorry.
No, hold on. He's used to getting on panels and people getting upset, and we're not trying
Yeah,
to trigger.
and that's not
We're
what
not
it
trying
is
to
over
trigger.
here at
We're not
all.
trying to trigger you, bro.
Okay.
And look, if I laugh in the chat, it's because I have a right to laugh. Just like you know what I mean. So I mean, we're not. No one has insulted you up here. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, they have.
In the chat though.
Yeah. That's all I was pointing out. Because
Yeah. So yeah.
The
I
chat.
see that.
We don't
Yeah.
even.
But you also have to understand that Queen's Throne is a person that brought me to YouTube, and her entire channel is about predators and is about crimes, and so is Naomi. Naomi's something.
She has the right
So
to say
so listen.
horrible things about me.
Oh wait a minute. Hold on. Wait.
Horrible.
You have to
What
understand.
was said? I didn't see anything horrible, so I don't know.
You didn't see it because I didn't highlight it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You didn't.
They're trolling.
But see, I'm.
But you can't go
Hold
off
on,
the
brother.
chat.
No.
Yeah, you can't pay attention to the chat.
If we're respecting you,
Yeah, that's all that
we're
matters.
on the panel.
Well,
Your opinion is being heard.
Sure. And listen, guys,
Yeah.
I can handle it. Okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, just based off of me bringing up the discussion, asking questions, sharing my opinion, I've been vilified. Maybe not on this panel with you personally, but in the chat. And I would just say that if someone had, and you run your channel the way you want to, and I'm not vilifying you, but if someone came into my chat and then they were just being slaughtered and saying horrific things about that person, my guest, I don't know, man. I wouldn't tell that person, hey, look, don't take it personal.
Oh no, what I was saying, not to personalize, was what I was saying was there was two different conversations that I didn't want to be merged because then it makes it sound nasty, like you're promoting something you're not promoting. I'm trying to make it clear.
Yeah, me too. And that's why.
But the reason why I brought that up.
People in the chat that we can.
But hold on, listen. The people in the chat. Well, listen though. The people in the chat.
Separate the conversation from me.
Sterling.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sterling.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
What's up,
It's all right.
Rich?
So what's going on? What's going on, bro? So yeah. So what I was trying to say is I was trying to make it clear because they're gonna feel how they feel. They're advocates. So anything that sounds anything remotely close, they're gonna be how they're gonna be. But if, for example, I'm in a lot of people's chats a lot of the time. I can only let 6 up here, but it's all right. I'm in a lot of people's chats a lot of the times, and I get roasted constantly, man. I'm always on panels and people be roasting me, and people be on the panel telling me, "Hey, preach, this person said this about you," and if it's funny, I'll roast them back, even if it's a serious topic. You see what I'm saying? I'll speak to them back. So, but it shouldn't take up the whole conversation and knock you off your square, bro. If you got an opinion, stick on that opinion, dog. Because once you start getting to the point where it's an argument back and forth, then you lose your whole you lose the whole thing. You lose your credibility. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. I got up to about an 8.5. I'm gonna take it down.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
It's a sensitive topic for people.
I
You
know.
know,
Okay.
it's really sensitive.
And that was my point, is that I clearly triggered some people, and that, hey, look, I can take it, but it's just like all I was.
Can you?
Yeah, and like I said, I did.
Okay. Okay.
Like I said, I did get to 8.5. I'm trying to take it down to about a 6.2 right now, and look, I can handle it. But what I doesn't.
I'm cool. I just smoked the 3.5, so we good.
That's funny.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, no, I just say, hey, look, even if you raise the question, people will call you all kind of crazy shit, and it doesn't really faze me, and it doesn't make me what they say I am. And I was actually agreeing with you that we should separate, this stance of what should be legal in the country versus what my personal, goals or objectives are.
Right. And that's what I was trying to make clear. And when I was reading the chat, I was seeing that there was some discourse. And but what you might not understand is, like, I know those other spaces you been, they probably jumped on you and whatnot. But listen, we're not gonna get nowhere that way. You see what I'm saying? So you can read. I mean, look, being roasted in the chat is something that happens. If you read the chat, you fucked. So especially if you're having a conversation like this.
I guess you're right, because when I saw you laugh at it, I guess I misinterpreted that to where you agreed with it somehow.
Oh no, that's why. Because I was mentioning, I was saying, because I read the chat, it was funny because it was rhymed and shit. So I was like, it's funny. But because I saw that,
which one?
I thought it was funny. The one that rhymed. You want me to highlight it?
Yeah, I didn't see it. I'm
gonna highlight it. It was hide your kids, hide your wife, and maybe your husband Sterling is out here debating predator rights.
That's funny.
So I wasn't. It wasn't nothing nasty or vicious. It was just. And at the same time, I was trying to separate, because I feel like people are congealing the two because it's blurred lines between your opinion about, how the course of action should be taken if someone says that they're violated, right?
Uh,
Or if the violation is assumed by a third party, right? Because the other situation was because the only way consent would matter in the other situation is if someone found out about the two minors or the minor doing something else, right? If that minor didn't come out and say anything, right? If that
All
minor
right, well,
didn't come
preach.
out and say anything, hold on, brother, because
Mm,
we've been talking about this for a while. Give me a second.
I can see
If,
that.
if the minor doesn't say anything, right, and they keep it behind closed doors, we don't know why they're not saying anything. So when the light is shed on the fact that this minor is having sex at all, or if it's two minors or one minor and an adult or whatever, if there's a minor involved, someone's going to wonder why this minor's having sex, whether or not um the minor comes home and says to the parent, "Hey, I had sex with another minor," right? Then the parents are going to have a couple of questions. If it's another minor, the questions are going to be different. It's going to be like, okay, so who is this kid? Did they live in the neighborhood? Did you use protection? Are you safe? Did they hurt you? Did they take it from you? How do you feel? Blah blah blah. Evaluating the situation in a different light. Now, if that minor says they did it with an older person, then the conversation changes. It's like, okay, now we have to find out, did this older person manipulate you? That should be taken seriously, taken to the authorities, right? Even if the minor says that the other minor manipulated him, it's all about, did this person manipulate you? How did this happen? Did you want this to happen? See, that's the whole point of this conversation. Did that person want that sexual act to happen? The only person that knows that for sure is that individual person,
no,
right?
they don't. And no, they don't,
Right.
because a 12-year-old shouldn't be able to tell me they're ready, because I don't believe that they are cognizant. I don't think they're able to make that decision, which would
Okay,
make,
well, this is actually where I'm actually trying to see if I can interject for a moment because I could bring you a perspective that's completely on the opposite of what you guys are used to.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Okay. All right. So let's imagine for a second. I'll take my personal case because, like I said, it is completely on the opposite spectrum of what you guys are used to, and then you guys can probably come to a better conclusion, maybe that you're trying to seek. All right. So I've grown up actually outside of the country in an area. Well, I would say in a country where age of consent was nothing, was not something that was existent up until the past, 15 to 20 years. So, coming up, of course, and considering the fact that no such thing existed at the time, I became sexually active when I was 12. I did not go anywhere below, but I did end up experimenting and actually going full blown with young ladies. I want to say up to about 16. So 12 years old, going with girls of my same age, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as I said, age of consent did not exist. And for the record, it was in Africa, someplace in Africa. So the mindset is completely different. The laws were different, completely different up until about, like I said, 15 or 20 years ago. So we did not have the same concepts that you guys have at this particular point where, going into the conversation, because I listened for a little while. I didn't catch the beginning. I came in about, 20, maybe 25 minutes ago. So I believe that Sterling, by the way, what's up, Sterling? And good evening to the ladies as well. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. Yeah, what's up, man? It's just last time.
Good evening.
All right.
No, you good. You
Yeah.
hit the ground running. Go ahead, G.
Okay, so I do recall Sterling being asked a question about what how early is too. I would assume what early is too early. About 8, 9, 10, etc., etc. Like I said, I started when I was 12, without any sex ed, of course, because my mother was a single mother, of course. So it was hit the ground running, learn as you can, and then of course, since we had a few teen pregnancies in the family, I kind of decided that I was going to try not to get that happen to me. So I got lucky. I lucked out on that particular aspect, especially as I was getting a little older. I ended up like, not shooting up the club and like, having the little babies pop out. I got lucky. But yeah, pretty much, yes. It started at 12 and then it just went on from there. But my mind is sound. I do have some children now of my own. I don't have any particular attraction to anything younger than maybe like 30 or so. I'm well adjusted. So I don't know. What would you guys make of that? I would have to ask because, like I said, it's completely on the opposite spectrum of what, like, us folks in the West and in America are used to. Because I'm an American citizen. It's just that I grew up abroad. That's all.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, I just want to clear something up real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna say this. When we were talking about the age as far as what's too young, like that
Mhm.
question kind of got asked a little later. The original thing that my man Sterling said was that he pretty much was trying to justify that there's a certain age that he pretty much doesn't know the age that a girl could say that she's ready for sex. That could be any. That could be whenever she's ready. Correct, Sterling? And you kind of like, wasn't that the gist of what you were saying, pretty much?
Sort of. Well, I would revise it to include boys as well. And I was
Okay, well, boys too. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
yeah,
You're right.
and I would
You're right.
also
Boys
just
too.
clarify.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you said this.
So my
I-
thing was, he said he didn't know. He said we shouldn't put an age on it, but I was just trying to say when I brought up 8, 9, 10 years old, I was trying to say we all here as human beings can agree that a fucking 8-year-old doesn't know that they're ready for sex, bro. Like, I mean,
well,
you
for
can't
sure.
convince me. Nobody can convince me that. Like, you'd be able to convince me that a 12-year-old came up to you and told you that, you know what, I think I don't know what it is, but it's
I don't
something
even
about
think
it. But I
don't
think
even think they think
I'm
of that
ready.
at that particular age.
You know, I
Yeah.
think at 12. I think I'm ready for sex. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, like I said, I started when I was 12. I said as soon as, in my particular case, as soon as puberty hit, I hit the ground running.
right,
And
Well, I
experimented.
also said a lot of my
but
friends were 12.
I'm sorry, say again?
I just wasn't ready at 12. To me, that was crazy.
Mhm.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I was a tomboy. I wasn't ready for that, but a lot of them were.
Well, remember what I
So,
said. I mean, I come from a completely different
Hold on.
environment.
I just don't feel like that young is okay. Like, you know what's going on at that age. I don't personally feel that way, but
Well, like I said,
other countries are different. You're right, but I don't.
exactly. I come from a different environment where, like, these concept of, like, age of consent, consent laws and this and that or whatnot did not exist up until like 15, 20 years ago. You see what I mean? So our perception, our concepts were completely different. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm here now, and I've been here for quite a while. Like I said, there are certain things that I do not accept. There are certain things that I do not stand for, because, with the change of environment, I've adapted to the things the way they are, as far as they're concerned here. Because I was like, what was I?
So, are you
20.
only saying that you feel like you would date a 30-year-old because that's what is okay here now? But if you go to your country, it'll kind of change. What exactly are you saying? I'm just trying to understand it.
No, what I was saying is, like, if I were to, like, look for any particular, what I would say, like a person to date or a person to get into a relationship
You're attracted to.
It will go. I would not say that it will go like based on the level of attraction. Level of attraction will be secondary. There's like specifics because I'm fairly older now. I'm in my 40s.
Okay.
See what I mean? So there's like a threshold below which.
Wait. So does that mean that you would be attracted to a younger girl, but you wouldn't act on it just because they're younger?
No, there's a threshold below which I would not go. Meaning, like, anything below 30, there's no interest there.
Okay.
Can I push
So are you saying, hold on, real quick. Let me moderate this real quick. So are you saying, right? That even you're just giving a life example. And I respect that. So your
Yeah.
life example is you started at 12, but
Hmm.
even though you started at 12, your viewpoint is I still got to cut off for what I see as an adult or a child, right?
I'm sorry. Say what now? Run that by me
Okay.
again.
All right. So you started off. You said you started off at 12, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
In a different
How old are you
context, in a
now?
different
How old are you
setting.
now? How old are you
42.
now?
42.
42, right?
Mhm.
So in a different context and a different setting, you started off at 12, but you
Mhm.
in your mind, you're still like, even though I started off real early, I still have a cutoff at my age,
Correct.
right? Okay, so,
Correct.
so
Because,
let me
like I
ask you a
said,
question. So let me ask you a question. So you started off at 12, right? When you were 18, did you like 12-year-olds still?
no.
Okay, so I'm just trying to grasp. You use that personal example to shine light on the fact that you can start at 12, but that doesn't automatically mean not
That you stay stuck
necessarily
there.
that you
That
were
you stay
ready.
stuck there.
Do you think you were ready? Even though you did it, but were you ready?
Honestly, I would not. I wouldn't say that I felt like I was ready. I was more curious.
How was she older? Can I ask that? Was she older?
Yes, there were a few that were older. Older, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying like your first person. Were they older?
The first person was 14.
And you were 12.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel like you were more taken advantage of, or it
You
was
said it was
something
Uh,
you
curious.
pushed up on?
no, because I'm the one who actually went for it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you're saying it's not impossible for a 12-year to go and seek it, right?
Of course not.
Okay. So it's not impossible to have those urges at young ages, right? But
Right.
my whole thing is,
Like I said,
and I think
as soon
no,
as
no, wait,
puberty
hold on.
hit,
No,
Mhm.
I'm not. Right now, I'm directing this towards. I think me and Sterling are bumping heads in this way.
Okay.
I don't feel like we're really bumping
I
heads.
love you. I'm not bumping heads with you. I'm
No. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about intellectually,
okay.
because he has an intellectual wall, and I have one too, and I don't
Mhm.
see where we can draw a tunnel there. Because even though there are prime examples out there that show that a 12-year-old can pursue something, right? So they might want it in the physical, right? What I'm saying is, fuck that shit. You don't know shit.
Right.
I don't want you to be able to do it because it has adult repercussions that could come down later on.
Well, that's the way I feel now.
think we're being no, hold on. So Sterling's like, but that's people's rights, and I'm like, fuck that. I'll take them away then. I don't. Yeah, you're right. You asked me earlier. You don't want to take away no people's rights. I'm taking away anyone's rights that's at an age where I feel like it's gonna fuck their life up if they
Right.
fucking
And I
or
feel the
somebody
same
might
exact
be
way.
potentially taking advantage of them, because if you let that slide, that one act that was done when that person was unsure that they could never take back could possibly, mess with them for the rest of their life, or make them feel a certain type of way, or affect other romantic relationships. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, yeah, I will take away those rights. I don't care if I'm wrong.
If they're not old enough to
I'll
sign the
take them away.
contract, they're not
Because
old enough
that's a
to
small.
bang them.
That's you being mad at me for not being able to fuck is a small price to pay for you to not have no STDs, not have no kids before you're ready. Actually, give yourself a chance to have a bright future. Fuck that shit.
So I must have
So, yeah,
missed
I'm
a
taking the right.
conversation where you and my man Sterling had the conversation about involving a 12-year-old in rights. Where did I miss that conversation at?
Oh
I don't know about rights.
no. What he was saying is, it's. Would you say the body
Autonomy.
a body autonomy is your right to do what you want with your body, right?
Well, yeah, sort of. The body autonomy is being able to do with your body as you please. And what I said is that this whole conversation is under the very tricky and very triggering umbrella of at what age should you be allowed to decide what to do with your body? And there's so many different, places the conversation should go. And I'm sorry.
No, it's cool.
One more thing. I'm sorry for going to an 8.5 on you, man. I'm sorry. Please let me finish. I'm so sorry. I feel really bad about that. I do that. I hate that about myself. But I do want to, if I were going to offer a defense, I just don't think it's funny to accuse me or of being a predator. You know what I mean? I've been very.
I wasn't doing that.
No, I know you weren't, but you did. But it was a joke about how I was. And
Sterling.
Yeah,
I think you'll be okay. It's fine. You're good. You're good, bro.
But I would
good.
just say,
You are okay.
I know, but I would just say, with respect to everyone, I love y'all.
But
How would
I
you,
understand.
hold on,
I
one
understand
more
what
thing,
you're
just
saying.
one more thing. How would you feel if someone joked about that over and over and over and over, and then you kind of look at other people on the panel and you think they're laughing and you feel like you're a joke and then
Not, you know
you know,
what?
I'm sorry.
I'm on YouTube, and when it comes to the chat, I had to learn not to look at that because there's so many things that can trigger.
Sure, you're right.
If I'm being disrespected on a panel,
right.
some people like Preach will stay up there and be like, you know, be with it. I'm gonna step down because I don't need to get myself to that level.
Sure, I
So
should.
it's just all preference, and
Yeah.
you can't really take if you're being disrespected in a space with the people that are with you having the conversation. That's different.
I agree.
No one's laughing at you. I'm telling you, it can get a lot crazy. You know,
Yeah,
I get roasted. I get roasted in my
Good.
own chat sometimes.
But listen,
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
there's roasting and there's calling people a child predator.
But you have to understand. You have to understand. Listen, hold on. The nature of the conversation. You say you have these conversations all the time, so you gotta have. If you're gonna keep having them, you gotta understand. Stepping in certain spaces, it gets worse than this.
I said that first before we even started this, that people were going to be upset. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to stand for it, and that I'm going to let them call me some crazy shit. So let's move on.
No, yeah, so yeah,
Sorry.
that's why we have the conversation. That's why it's important. So you were talking about body autonomy. So what I'm saying is, I'm not even going to take the chance. I'm just going to take those rights. Fuck your body autonomy. Nope. Fuck your body autonomy.
We disagree.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Right.
So let me ask you this.
What's up?
You want to take away the body autonomy of a person
Of a child who I believe is a child.
Who is a
who
child.
I believe is not responsible enough to have sex. Yes.
Yeah, let's call him a child. And this person that's a child is, in your opinion, up to the age of what now? I'm sorry.
I want to say I don't have any right to call someone a child after they are 18.
Okay, fair enough. So let me ask you this. And I'm down to like a 3.1 right now. I'm calm.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
It's because I hit that 3.5. I brought you to see it's averages, the law average. Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, but okay, so 18, right? Let me ask you this. So let's say a 16-year-old and a 16-year-old have sex. That she got pregnant. Should that girl that's 16 be able to get an abortion?
I believe wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. See that right there's a good question. I'm a man. I have no right to speak on what women do with their bodies.
Ooh, but you do though, because you told that same 16-year-old that she shouldn't be having sex.
Oh yeah, you're not fucking. Nope. You're not fucking. Yeah, I don't care if it sounds crazy. I'll be crazy. You're not fucking. But if you do fuck and you have a kid, if you get pregnant, I can't choose whether or not it lives or dies. That's not my choice. But I can choose to do everything I can choose to do everything I can.
Body, not his choice. Right.
Listen, I can choose as a man to do everything I can to keep that seed out of you. But if you manage to get the seed in you, once again, like I said before, you want to be an adult, do adult stuff. That's your choice.
Yep.
But you also said you was not gonna kick out the baby and all that.
No, the baby can stay. Mama gotta go. You gotta go get a job.
I mean, at that point in time, that's just now. At that point in time, you talking all the shit and you mad, but we all know that's something that you got.
They both gonna stay. They both gonna stay, but I'm gonna try my damn because I know they're gonna stay, and that's my problem. I know they're gonna stay, so I'm gonna just try my best to make sure that situation doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Because I know they're gonna stay.
That's the hard pill that you got to swallow about the whole situation. Is that you got to take care. You got to definitely step up as a grandparent now and help. That's the pill that you're gonna have to eventually swallow.
Yeah. And I don't got no problem with that, but at the same time, I'm not gonna sit there and make them feel all willy nilly. Oh, I gotta have baby granddad gonna do it. No. I'm gonna go hard on you so you feel like I'm not gonna help. I want you to feel like I ain't gonna do shit for you. But I want you to feel like I ain't gonna do nothing for you. But no, damn well,
Preach.
It's gonna be the other way around. You see what I'm saying?
Preach.
What's up?
You, and with all due respect, when you're challenged in the way that I've challenged you about what should be legal nationwide,
right?
You fall back to a more comfortable position of, well, in my house and in my dog because that's what's comfortable for you. With all due respect,
right?
And again, I will already concede that what happens under your roof, yada yada yada. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to point out to you, and I hope you'll hear me, and I think some people did, and I hope you're one of them, is that what you're doing, in my opinion, is a little bit hypocrisy, and I'm not sure you're aware of it because it's conflicting when you say that, hey, and you literally said, who am I to tell this 16-year-old child, girl, woman, female, whatever, what to do with her body? And I was like, well, where you been the past 3 hours and 19 minutes? You just said that same
I knew he was gonna say that.
shouldn't be able to have sex. So with all due respect, and I'm at like a 2.7. The
It's
reason
going lower. That's good.
yeah, thank you. That is all such an interesting question. What should you be able to do with your body, and at what age, and what determines that? Is it age? Is it maturity? Is it IQ? Is it money? Is it responsibility? Like, and if thank you for
It's all that, bro. It's every last one of those things you just look. It ain't. It's not one thing. It's all that shit you just named. If you don't got all that shit that you just named down, then why are you bringing to life? Then yeah, I'm going. If you're 12 years old and you're living in my house and you're talking about having sex and having and you can possibly have a kid and you're not factoring none of that shit that you just said, then yeah, you should have your rights taken away because all you're gonna do is make it hard for me. Why the fuck should I go through all this?
Can I go? Because here's what I would say. What you're doing is saying you must meet all of these criteria to be able to consent to sex or to have a child, bring life into this world, however you want to describe it. But what's funny is that criteria that you just named, all those things, fly straight out the window as soon as you turn 18. Because no longer do we care about how much money you have.
You want to know why? You want to know why? You're not thinking. You want to know why? Because you're an American. You should already know this. You can work, brother. You can work at 18. You can get you don't have to go to college. You don't got to do shit else. You can go get you a 9-to-5 warehouse job that's paying you $20 an hour or something at 18 years old. When you can work 40 hours a week and you can take care of your child. That's what makes it a difference. A 12-year-old can't work 40 hours a week, and I think me and you are both definitely smart enough to put that together. But an 18-year-old could most definitely get their ass out here and go work 40 hours a week. If I got an 18-year-old and an 18-year-old,
until you're old enough to sign a contract.
If I got two 18-year-olds that brought a kid into this world and they can both work, why should I trip? If they could both, that's 80 hours a week between both of them two. They could take care of a child like that. Can two 14 and 15-year-olds do that? No. And you keep forgetting the part that you still got to go to school and high school and all that shit. Like you jeopardize even finishing that now because guess what? You got to work and take care of your child. Like just because you guys want to pacify the or have sex whenever you want, but if you get pregnant, why do I got to take care of it? Because I should I should let my daughter just be free. And fuck who she want because she came in here and told me
and have as many babies.
Dad, you know what? I'm ready to have sex. But guess what? I gotta take care of your kids.
Right, but guess what? Who takes care of their kids when you say it's 18 and they meet none of those other criteria?
They do, bro. They do. You think that changes when they turn 18? They do.
Huh?
I'm not that kind of father. They do. They take care of it when they
maybe they don't. But my point is this.
Then what happened? Hold on. Hear me out. So if they don't, what happens?
I'm sorry, what?
So if they don't, because you don't have children, so if they don't, then tell me, what do you think is supposed to happen? They're both 18, and you're saying I'm letting it all fly out the window. So then who takes care of the child, bro?
Well, what I'm saying to you is that
No, you're not answering the question. I want to know who takes care of the child. If they're both 18, they both have a child, and they're both working 40 hours a week. Who takes care of the child? If everything flies out the window, and they decide not to do that. Who takes care of the child?
I don't know.
Okay, well, then that's where it leaves it off at. But guess what? If they're both 14 and 15 and they're fucking in my house and they have a kid, I guess we all know who takes care of the child then, right?
Who?
It's gonna be me and my wife, and then on the flip side, the daughter. If her mom and dad is married, she the grandparents, both set of grandparents.
And hopefully that nigga bought something. If he bought something, we could all work together. He could have a shit. See what people don't understand. Look. Hold on. I'm my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, 420. And I'm not going to start off by saying what people don't understand because we got some very, very intelligent people up here.
Thank you.
And I appreciate everybody on the panel. I'm not just talking to you, Sterling. Nigga, goddamn. We all got GEDs or diplomas or whatever the fuck. We smart in this bitch. All right. What I'm saying is, man, You're right. You're right, Sterling. I did fall back to a comfortable space, right? I come from a broken home. I come from drug users, drug addicts, alcoholics. You see what I'm saying? I came up in situations where I had hard conversations with cousins, female cousins. I'm the only person she told that Uncle XYZ did whatever at the whatever party and whatever, and I gotta live with that. You see what I'm saying? So coming up in all that, you know, when you live around it, it's like you don't want to see that. You want to be a change in that. And I feel like not a good way to start with the change in that is letting a young person feel like they have that type of like power even over their own life, right? Because the body autonomy thing is like you know, I have a right to do what I choose, but I don't feel like certain power should be relinquished to people that don't really know the repercussions of it. You see what I'm saying? And I'm gonna stand on that. I'm gonna stand on that. You know, and well, hold on. I don't want to get into a semantics conversation that keeps going in a circle. Like, well, you know, if it's this, then this. I might be a little hypocritical. No, I don't. No, I don't want you having sex. But yes, you can make your own decision to have sex. I mean, huh? What? Sterling,
Is he a hypocrite?
What?
He said that it was hypocritical of everybody to say that.
No, he was talking about me. He was talking about me. He was
about the abortion.
Directing that towards me. Yeah, he was directing that towards me.
Yeah.
No, yeah. That was a conversation kind of we were just having. So he was saying that it is hypocritical to say that I want to stop the body autonomy there, but not there. Exactly. And I don't feel like it's hypocritical. I feel like I'm agreeing with you as far as
I just don't know what he believes in.
What I believe, is that if you literally say, quote, who am I to tell that person they shouldn't be able to get an abortion and do with their body? But you literally just were that person that said that I'm going to be that person that tells that person they can't do that thing with their body, but it's another thing. But I'm going to be that.
I have no. But see, look. At no point do I really have true control. No, hold on, wait. Let me just real quick. I'm good with semantics as well. Like at no point do I ever have true control in any of those spaces, really, because look. I am highly suggesting that a person shouldn't do this, right? Now, even like let's say they make it against the law, then it would be forcing them and telling them they can't have sex, right? So if it's against the law for you to have sex, then that's someone saying that you can't do this, but you can still kind of do it. You're just not gonna get caught, right? Just never get caught. Statute of limitations is what, 3 years on sexual assault? Yeah, that ain't nothing, right? That's not even a whole school career. That's shorted in from 6th grade to 12th grade.
I think it depends on where you're at, though, right?
Well, hold on. Statute of limitations on rape, sexual assault cases, 3 years.
Everywhere.
From 6th to 9th, no one cares. Even if you tell someone you get raped in the 6th, you want to tell them in 10th grade, no one cares. You get raped in the 9th grade, you want to tell them after you graduate, no one cares. You see what I'm saying? As far as sexual assault, right? Especially not the laws. So no one's forcing them under neither one of those, because we did say it's circumstantial. So there's one circumstance where I am highly suggesting that someone doesn't do something because of how it might negatively affect their future, right? And then on the other side, if that thing does happen and it leads to something else, I can highly suggest that you should still make a decision that's the best for your future. But I still can't really tell you force you to do one or the other. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I don't think it's hypocritical, because on neither side can I force you to do one or the other. Now, if I lock you in the basement of the house and homeschool you and don't let you go anywhere, and I give you food like a prison inmate until you're 18, then I'm taking all that shit away from you.
Yeah.
But if I let you live your regular life and be happy, and I just trust in you as my child, and I feel like I trust the things that I instill in you, and you're gonna go out into this world and make it a better place. You see what I'm saying? And make decisions that's gonna be good for your future. Then I just have to believe in that. Just because I highly suggest it doesn't mean I'm going against your body autonomy. You can still go under the bleachers and mess with Regina or Sherlina. There was a lot of them. I'm sorry. The
I
names.
did.
Yeah, or Casey. Whatever.
There were
You
so
can
many
still
nature
you
girls. I
still
didn't
you still have your
understand that.
you still have your body autonomy fully intact. It's just I'm highly suggesting something that might be better for your future, right? So I don't. That's why I don't feel like it's hypocritical. Because even though I'm leaning on it, I would like to lean on it. I still can't control that.
Hear
Even
me.
if I try to control it, then I will be infringing on someone's rights. You
Hear
see
me.
what I'm saying?
Hear me. I don't care. I don't care what you suggest. With all due respect, I don't care what the rules
But
are.
that's you, though.
Man, I don't hear me.
If you're my kid, you have to care.
Sterling.
Yeah.
Do you have any children?
What the fuck does that matter?
No, I'm just asking out of curiosity, man. Don't take it like
No.
no. Okay. Well, I'm a father.
And,
Okay.
That
and does that make your opinion way more than mine?
No, I'm not saying that it does. Okay, bring it down a little. I'm trying to get to know you, man. It's the second time we get to speak. Calm down, man. This is the second time that we speak. The first time that we spoke was like a couple of days ago. Now, hurry up. I'm just asking questions to get to know who you are. Why are you acting like somebody's trying to judge you or something? I'm just curious.
Well, I respect your questions, and I'm sorry if I came off as hostile. And to answer your question, why am I doing this? It's because like I was trying to talk and being interrupted over and over and over. And I don't know if you saw that, but it frustrated me, and I apologize if I took it out on you. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. I was just asking. So now you can go ahead and say what you want to say, man. I just wanted to know. That's all.
No, I don't have kids, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and get into what it is you wanted to get into.
Oh,
We're listening.
I really have no idea now. I really have no idea.
You lost your train of thought?
Yeah, I have a little squirrel brain because I'm not very smart. And so that's why it really bothers me to get interrupted because I have no idea what I was about to say.
Okay, understood. All right, I got it now. I get it. Okay, I'll make sure not to interject anymore. Okay, got it.
Now, I believe Spiderhouse was speaking from a place of personal experience. He didn't even start off with the kid thing because it's not. Yeah, I think he was coming out from a place of personal experience. I like when people speak from personal experience. You know what I mean?
But with all due respect, I think that personal experience can cloud your judgment because then you get emotionally attached to the conversation, right? Then you get emotionally attached to what you feel like should be the right thing in your house with your child, yada yada. But what I want to separate that from is what should be legal across the board in this country because it's a very different conversation.
Okay, so what should is there so there's no blanketed number. It's all case by case basis. So there should just be no law at all.
Oh no, and I want to if you want to write something down, anyone you or anyone in the chat, I think preach with all due respect. This word could very much help you, and maybe you know it. Straw man.
Yeah.
Okay, because what you just did is a straw man, which is a logical fallacy. What you said was that there should just be no law. Now, come on, that's a misrepresentation of my position. A straw man is when you say, hey, so what, you think that your position is this? Because this position that you just described is easy to knock down. And this position that you just described is not what my position, because there should be a law. And I've been very clear that the law should be any allegation needs to be investigated. So for you
I'm talking about age, no age law. So the age law is null and void, right?
No.
I mean,
yeah. If you mean that,
right?
Yes and no.
No, there should be an age.
Oh wait, let him. He was getting somewhere. I wanted to know
Go ahead.
he thought.
Yeah, I want Sterling to get his whole point out because I don't understand as well.
I just wanted to know if the age law in that space, if the age law would be null and void at that point. Because if there's no problem, unless the person says that they were taken advantage of, then there's no need for a law of age.
Exactly.
And I really want you to, man, this is frustrating for me because I feel like I'm not being clear enough. So I guess I got to slow down and be a little bit more clear, but it's hard when you're interrupted. And then maybe that's why I haven't got my point across, with all due respect.
So I'm going to do you a favor. Hold on. I'm going to do you a favor.
I'll be quiet. I'm going to mute.
I'm going to do Sterling a favor real
I'm gonna
quick.
shut the
Hold on.
Me
I'm gonna
too.
do.
Hey man, it's your channel. Run it the way you want, but like, rewind it and see what's happened. I don't want a monologue. I don't expect this big screen. I want us all to have a say, and I expect us all to listen and all have a chance to talk. And I expect everyone in this panel to behave to some degree, as well as in the chat. But hey, what I want is irrelevant. But I'm here to tell you that what you want and what you feel should be irrelevant when it applies to the entire country. Because what happens in your house,
I get that.
yeah. Because let's say, for example, that Muhammad married Aisha at 6. They consummated their marriage at 9. That's according to Aisha. That's the Muslim. That's in the Quran. Now hold on. If I was a Muslim, right, or I lived in a Muslim country, I might take, or let's say the United States, and I'm a Muslim, then, and I'm president, I think the law in the United States should be reflective of the Quran. And hey, guess what? Muhammad married Aisha at 6, consummated at 9. So my personal feelings based off of religion, my personal feelings based off of morality, my personal feelings based off of my own childhood, the child that I have, like if I had a child, is irrelevant. There needs to be something that is objective. All the things I named are subjective. And that's why the law has no consensus on what the age should be. Because there's so many factors that so many people think. Now, what I'm trying to do is figure out how can we appease everybody? Or maybe people aren't appeased. Maybe that's not my goal, but what is the right way? Because if we gave it up to the people who are in power, as we said, white men help out other white men, especially, and so on and so on. The pedophiles help out each other if they're elected to office. So we can't allow them just to dictate what goes on in our lives because it might not be moral. So should age? Should it be age? Should it be wealth? Should it be education? It's a slippery slope. And what I would say is that it depends on the psychology of the person, whether they're ready to make decisions with their body or not. And who are you, me, to decide for someone we've literally never met that they're ready for this and this and this, and they're not ready for this and this. We don't even know these people. And if you want to be like, okay, but what about the 8-year-old though? You never answered the question. Like, okay, guys, yeah, they're too young. But like, what I'm saying is that let's reserve judgment based off of emotion. Let's base it off of science and reason and logic. Let's leave it up to the experts to decide. And that applies to Africa, by the way, because my position is that the expert psychologists should decide if someone was taken advantage of. And the thing about my position is it's universal. Okay? Because in other words, it doesn't go state to state. It doesn't go country to country. It doesn't go continent to continent. Because what I would say is that a medical professional psychologist makes the determination. So I'm on solid ground. And as soon as you say the age is 18 or 17, blah, 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 you get on real, I'll be very careful about that because you're not on solid ground anymore.
Okay.
So then my
I
question.
want to make something clear. I timed out Oscar for no other reason than the fact that I saw a first and last name in my chat. I don't know if someone was getting doxxed. I saw a first and a last name that sounded very, very white and European. And I don't play that shit. So Oscar, you cool peoples, you got great opinions. I don't know how to do one comment at a time. If the mods know how to do a comment each, it just says hi to you or put user in timeout. Wasn't trying to time the nigga out. I never like, how do you do like individual messages? I don't know. I don't know if you could do like individual messages or I have no fucking idea. But Oscar, don't feel away. I saw a full name. I don't know what you know. You come from the UK sector. They do shit different over there. You could have been doxing, bro. We're not on that shit. So, yeah. But continue. Go ahead, Fortune.
Got you, Preach. Got you.
Oh, and thank you, Preach. But that, hey, by the way, that's not my name, so I don't want anyone to take it out on whatever name that was. It's not me. So, but thank you.
No, I was just gonna say, Sterling had mentioned this, the comment about the 17 and 18, but like I said, you can't hold a 17 and 18-year-old to the same standards as a 13 and 14-year-old. I don't see why. Like, you just, that part is like hard for you to understand, bro. Like, it seems like you just can't let that. You just can't come to the truth of that. Like, how you can even, I don't know how you even compare situations. 18-year-old versus a 12 and 13 and 14-year-old taking care of a child. Like, it's just common sense. But I'm not like bashing you or nothing. I'm just, like you said, you said you got a squirrel brain or whatever you said. But I mean, maybe that's why you can't grasp the concept of how an 18-year-old could take care of a child better than a 13-year-old could.
Man, that hurts my feelings, because let me tell you why. Because you just said my brain can't comprehend it. That's so condescending. And
Well, you said that. You said it. I'm going off of things you said about yourself, bro. So I'm trying to make you seem like you're smart, but you've already came off and said you don't know shit. You said these are words that came out of your mouth. So I'm trying to go along with whatever you're saying about yourself. I think you're intelligent. I think you're smarter than you portraying to be. I think you got very good common sense. You don't have to have kids to have good common sense on these topics. And you've already stated that you don't agree with half the pedo shit that's been said. You already didn't say it. Fucking, you don't think that 8-year-old and all these young ages. You already said you like older women. That's fine. But I'm just saying. What I'm just saying is, I just don't see how you don't comprehend the two ages as far as who's able to take care of a child or not. And then I don't understand. And then you're saying that who's to say who can take care of who, bro. I'm not. You can't use none of that to justify any of my kids or anybody else's kids having children, and us as the parents have to be responsible for that shit. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Like, I don't want to be responsible for nobody else's child, bro.
Do you think I don't understand, with all due respect, the notion that you don't want to take care of grandchildren? Do you think you need me to convince me of that?
Nah, because like I said, you're smarter than you give yourself. You give yourself more credit, bro, because you're smarter than that for sure.
Well,
you're not done at all.
I appreciate you. There was some compliments in there, but what I would say is that, a smart man claims that he's dumb, and a dumb man claims that he's smart. And ask yourself, all of you, which are you? Because I'll come into any conversation saying that I'm dumb, I'm from a dirt road. That's true. I believe it's true, and I don't know. And I will always ask tough questions, because a question is not a statement. It's not a claim. There's no question that someone should be vilified for. Raising a conversation, a topic, is not equivalent to endorsing every aspect of it, but it just opens the window for challenging opinions. And I love opinions that aren't mine, and I love taking an opinion that isn't yours, because guess what? I might not necessarily agree with it. I might just be in devil's advocate, and maybe I want to hear you make the case of how I'm wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No. Trying to throw off the babies on the early that don't want to be the parents that don't want to be early grandparents. You trying to throw it off on us by saying let our kids do what the fuck they want to do. Nah, bro. I'm not. My kid gonna have a son. I'm gonna come look for you, and you gonna come help me. How about that?
I'll help you. I will. Okay, but listen to me. I'm not saying that your kids should be able to do whatever they want to do. I want to help. I want to protect kids. I want to protect anyone who has been taken advantage of. But what I'm trying to explain to you, and maybe I drank too much. I've been up for too long. But what I would say to you is that what you're saying is you don't want to raise your grandkids. I heard you. You want your kids to be financially and in many other ways responsible before they have kids. Fine. I'm with you. I would want the same for my kids. I want the same for your kids. Everybody's kids. But what I'm saying is, if you applied that logic into the law, what that then happens is you set a standard of financial wealth that is now the metric. You have to be financially capable of providing for that child, or else it should not be legal for you to have a child. And so I don't think it should be society's right to put a monetary test on it, how much money you have and your wealth, as to whether or not you have intercourse. And so that if you say that
nobody's saying that.
if
I
you
don't
say,
think anybody's saying that.
well, what you're saying is that the 14-year-old shouldn't have the right to have sex legally or across the board because they're not responsible and financially responsible. And what I'm saying is, well, by that same logic, if it's about financial responsibility, I could show you a bunch of 30-year-olds who are broke as fuck. And then why are they allowed legally to have sex?
I get what you're saying. I understand what
30
you're
years
saying.
old.
but-
I mean, that's at 30 years old. I mean, why are we comparing 30 to? And see,
Why
that's
add
what
to
I'm
the
saying,
problem?
bro.
Because
What I'm saying, that's that, and see, my man Big Sterling. That's what I'm saying. You smarter than what you trying to play us, bro. Like you and I both know good and damn well that a 30-year-old is capable of taking care of their child
no, I don't
better
know.
than a
No, I don't.
13-year-old. And if you don't know
No, I
that,
don't.
I guess I'm giving you too
Better
much
than a
credit.
13-year-old. 13, Sterling. We're not talking about 18, 19, 20.
Mhm.
13.
Right? What about it?
Still be having shit lines in her drawers. Can't get the armpit straight. Nothing's going on too great, okay? You're telling me she could take care of a child?
The way you described it, no. The vast majority of 13-year-olds, no.
Not better than a 30-year-old, even if they ain't got their financial straight. Yeah, they made some bad decisions when they were younger, but I think they would have more.
But let's say this.
Like,
Let's compare two. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking a little different, but I don't know.
Hey, listen, I don't know either. And it's okay to not know. Okay? I don't know. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just I say things for people to check me. Okay? Because you can only get to a certain place in your own brain. And then you got to reach out to other people like, yo, check me, and maybe I'll say some things, and yeah, I love some pushback, But what I would say is that I would compare two people, right? Two people who match up in all the demographics of gender, gender, race, where they live, socioeconomics, everything.
Gender.
Sure. Perhaps some people well, anyway, let's don't go down that.
Yeah, can we not?
Yeah, sure. But anyway, what my point was that let's take two people, two women, two females is a better word. One's 13, one's 30. All of everything else about these people is the same. These two females.
My bad. My bad.
Why are you laughing?
Because that's not physically possible for a 13-year-old to be matched up financially, economically, what do you want to call it? Educationally.
Any type of way.
And sir, I'm not even going to say nothing else to you, bro. Now I think you just trolling now. Now I think you trolling, bro, for sure. I think you are.
Yeah, that's okay.
He said he likes to troll. He did say that.
Yeah,
because you're smart enough to know, bro, that a 30-year-old woman can take care of a child better. You're sitting here trying to compare 13 and say two people, same everything. They got
Just because they're broke.
equal.
How does that make sense?
I'm sorry.
I don't understand.
Understand what?
How does that make sense that the 13-year-old is broke and the 30-year-old is broke? Their
Is what?
mental capacity is different. A 30-year-old has lived longer than a 13-year-old girl.
No, they haven't. Like, what do you think? I'm disagree with that? Dumbest shit I ever heard. Listen to me. I agree that one has been
Dumbest thing you've ever heard. Okay.
It's just like you interrupted me to just say the 30-year-old has been on the earth longer than the 13-year-old, as if I'm going to disagree with that. Come on, hear me out.
Well, you're trying to compare the financial situation. There's a lot more to it than that. That's all I was trying to say.
Okay, are you ready? Here you
But
go.
they're just as dumb. Go
Are
ahead.
you
Go
ready?
ahead.
Yeah, thank you. What if I told you that there's a 13-year-old out there in the world that's richer than a 30-year-old that I found out in this world? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yes, that's possible. But
Whoa.
okay, I'm gonna shut up.
So now that we agree that you could be financially equivalent as a 13 and a 30-year-old, or even worse, there's a 13-year-old who has way more money than a 30-year-old.
So
right?
wait a minute. No, real quick. Real quick. So you're telling me like these teen stars that are financially, I mean, it's cool for them to have a kid. Like that doesn't make sense just because you got the money for it does not make you have the mental capacity.
That's my point.
Okay.
Because if you're saying that the 13-year-old should not have the right to have sex because they don't have money, then I'm saying that then we should carry that on to the 30-year-old. They should be able to have sex because they don't have money. And then I'm sure you say yeah, but don't.
But
have
that's
like
their fault.
All right.
It's not the 13. Okay.
We're talking about the.
It's not the
What about
13-year-old's fault. Big Sterling. It's not the 13-year-old's fault that the 13-year-old does not have money. At 13 years old, you know why she probably doesn't have, he or she probably don't have money is because they have to go to school, bro. Like you can't even legally work at 13 or 14 years old to even make any kind of money. So if you're trying, like I said, you're just trying to, I don't even know what you're trying to do, but
He is saying that he has squirrel brains because he is saying that he is smarter than everybody on this panel.
Who said that?
You said you had squirrel brains.
Yeah, I'm dumb. That means I'm dumb.
You're trying to get no. I think you're trying to say that you're smart and everybody else is dumb.
By
That's
saying
what
that
I think you're trying to say.
that I have a squirrel brain?
Yeah.
No, saying I have a squirrel brain is like I'm easily distracted like a little squirrel, like I'm dumb.
But this was fun though. Now I you know the gig is up, bro. But this was fun. So
Yeah, because nobody really thinks like that. To be honest, like
you know
nobody.
how everybody in the world thinks?
Yeah, I do.
no, it's not. No, look, it's not even.
Oh, I didn't knock him down. He took himself off. As soon as I said that, he took himself.
See, he was trolling that whole entire time, bro. I feel like.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. But see, the funny thing is, he likes to troll people who he thinks are like some kind of like, I don't know, like maybe like social justice warriors or whatever. But I kind of felt he was trolling. Yeah, I kind of felt he was trolling. No, he didn't. Not at all. Maybe he thought he was gonna get some clips of some black people cussing him out. I don't know.
Nah, he wasn't.
But
he wasn't
I can let one more person up here now that he's gone. Let me see here.
Because I mean, nobody like says the shit he was saying. I'm like, come on, bro.
No, I just was like, that can't be real. You cannot possibly think that way. Cannot.
Nah.
No way.
Yeah.
Like for me, I have to go through 8, 9, 10, 11. Like, no, I'm sorry.
He was gaslighting. He was
my
gaslighting.
8, 9, 10, 11-year-old, I'm whooping your ass. Chill out.
No.
All that is not
no
necessary right now.
You don't make no decisions. Fuck that. That's a fact.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Well, you came up on this panel with all your BS.
Yeah. Now I can put the funny
that.
comments that y'all was writing about him because he was about to cry like a little girl.
I don't even. I think he was just trying to make
Mr.
you
Burns.
conform to him because he could not have been serious.
Yeah.
He was very nice at first, but then he became whatever.
A little bit trolly. I was like, nah, he got to be playing. That's why I was just like, let me be quiet.
Well, when he said he was trolling, I was like, where's this going to go? Because whenever someone like admits they're trolling in the beginning, that's what it's going to be. But yeah.
Anybody that gonna sit here and try to play dumb like a 13-year-old
can take care of a baby better than a 30-year-old. I just can't.
I know a 30-year-old right now, bro. I know a gang of 30-year-olds right now. Shit, I ain't fuck them. That ain't got nothing to do with a 13-year-old. Like that's not my bad that they're not choosing to work. This 13-year-old can't work, motherfucker. You know that.
And I know a lot of 13-year-olds that will try to work just because they want things that they want and things like that. So if they could, they probably would, but that still doesn't make it right. I just don't feel like they have that mental capacity to choose. Like, okay, yeah, this is what I'm going to do.
Well, my take is just because I know I've been in that particular position, if you're not old enough to write a contract, there's nothing popping. And if you sneak around and something happens, I'm going to be held to pay. That's all I know. I'm not going to kick you out of nothing, but there's going to be held to pay.
Yeah.
So you know that dude Sterling? You said you've talked to him before.
He came up. No. He came up on the panel when Slaughterhouse was here.
Yeah,
It was on
on
one of
the
the safe spaces. He was sharing about. He said his brother was addicted to heroin or whatever, and I was like, this story sounds kind of stupid. I was like, oh, but okay, I'm gonna let the man speak because I'm not gonna take the chance of it not being true, right?
isn't that when
Right.
we were on the narcissistic people
No, that was
channel thing?
that was another one.
Okay, that's the reason why I thought that, I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, I got quiet after like, the question about having kids and all, because by that time I felt like something was off. That's why I got quiet and I didn't say anything else.
Yeah. He might be a little off. He might really feel that way, and this is his way of like telling the world he feels that way and calls it trolling.
Mm.
And then when you challenge him, that's when he leaves.
Bro, this motherfucker would be the perfect lawyer for pedophiles, dog. Not trying to big that up or nothing, but he have every excuse on why this 30-year-old man should not get convicted for fucking this 12-year-old girl. Like
Yeah.
he gonna have all the answers for you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Did she
like-
go?
Well, they
Did she
saying
break
it
the
was
code?
wrong.
But
No,
I'm
he in
curious
the
though.
cloud.
I don't give a crap. He got my blood pressure up.
I mean,
Girl, I'm over here
segueing into
fanning.
something.
I'm like, I gotta shut up.
I'm sorry, Miss in the hat. Can I get your name, please?
Oh, I'm Naomi.
Naomi. Okay. As you can see, Splatterhouse. So what I remember you were asking me like a series of questions earlier about my particular experience. I mean, of course, like things being the way they are nowadays, and like laws and everything. As I said, I come from a different setting, different background, different everything. Like what would be your take on a situation like mine? Like I said, because like I said, mine was like puberty hits. I get curious. I start going out looking for things because, like I said, similar to Preach, my home was like somewhat broken. Only had mom. Dad was not around. My brother and I were pretty much left to our own devices because mom had to work, of course. We were not like terrible children. We didn't feel like we had to sneak around too much because, like I said, we were pretty much autonomous doing our own thing and growing up like, doing what we're doing. So not having the sex ed, but hearing about certain things like, from outside influences here and there, you hear things, you have family that talk about certain things and you happen to be in the area, whatever. And of course, like, you start like your hormones are starting to tell you certain things and you go out and, look for things. So that's how my experience, like, pretty much started. So how would you handle a situation like that?
How would I handle a situation like that? No. My questions were because I don't know exactly your situation. So you said this person was 14 years old, right?
Yes. She was 14. She was older.
Was it like a childhood friend, a babysitter, someone in the... I'm not trying to know the name or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, what was the relationship? How did you even get in contact with this
School crush? School crush.
Okay,
Yeah,
you were able to juice her up and get that.
pretty much.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm saying you guys are both young.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it's kind of, it is what it is at that point. To me, I really don't know how to address something like that. I was never in a situation like that, so I do not know.
Mhm.
But you guys were both young. You guys were both underage. It could be an experimental thing for both of you guys. You guys are both not in that mind state. She could not, I don't know what she's been through, but you guys are not both at that mind state. You guys are both in the same school. You experiment as children.
Yeah, we're experimenting. Yeah, that would be pretty much like in the beginning. It was like how could I say that? Me answering my own curiosity.
Right.
Because like I said, we did not have, like, my brother and I did not have, like, the sex ed talks with the birds and the bees and everything else.
Right.
But there's something inside your body that's telling you, like, oh, look, I'm feeling this. What is that about?
You guys get more feelings than us a lot earlier, I believe. Like, you guys start having, wet dreams, getting hard-ons, all that way before us. I know it is what it is at that point. So I really don't know how to address something like that. I was
Somebody got like a background. There's like a playback in the rear.
Yeah, that's
You guys were both.
it.
age? What I mean, it could be an experimental thing for both of you guys. You guys are. No, you got feedback.
Yeah, that's somebody has playback right now.
Isn't it? There we go.
Is it me?
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I mean, to me, you guys are both
I'm sorry.
young and are experimenting at that point. I can't really say, you know, she's wrong, you're wrong. I don't know, and I don't know how it is in your country.
Well,
I just feel like y'all two kids.
Well, just for context, I'm a U.S. citizen born in the States. I just grew up abroad.
I'm first generation born in the States.
Yeah, same here. Well, not first generation. I mean, I'm a descendant of slaves. It's just that my mom ran back off to Africa as a family after my father and her split. That's why I said my father was not in my life.
Okay.
My mom went back to family because when they got married, they came here. You know, I was born here.
My dad is American. My dad is American. My mother.
So is mine. Yeah, so is mine.
Okay.
So is mine. So it was just like answering like the I guess like I would say like, you know, the call. You know, because like when puberty starts hitting, you go through all those changes. Like, you know, you're discovering yourself. You're trying to figure out what is what. You know, you wake up with morning wood in the morning, you're wondering what it's supposed to do, you know, and there's nobody to tell you. But
exactly. And then you had a mom there that did you feel like you can ask her questions? Because I want my son to feel like he can ask me questions. Like he knows he can come and ask me anything.
Well, remember what I said.
So
we're pretty much
you didn't have that, so what were you supposed to do?
There you go. That's what I'm saying. We had to go, we ended up having to go like seek the answers for ourselves.
You go to this older girl. Yep. She's with it. You're like, hey, I mean, I can't say that she went to some 18-year-old, 24-year-old, and she, you know,
no,
your teacher. So I can't really be like, oh my gosh, that was just so wrong. I can't say that.
Now, in high school, I did, you know, a couple of things.
Don't say with a teacher.
Huh?
Don't say with a teacher.
The teacher. The gym teacher, yes.
See, this is what I'm talking about. These teachers, I just can't with these teachers.
But I don't know. I do know that it's like, you know, it's considered wrong in the setting, like, you know, in the United States setting. But remember what I said.
Any setting, anybody of a authoritative figure taking advantage of someone that they are, you know, authority of. No, I don't care what capacity. That's wrong.
I could not really pinpoint like a motive, like as far as she was concerned, because remember what I said. I was the one doing the pursuing all the way through.
Nah, you're not going to convince me that she was that's what I'm saying. Your teacher and she was with it. I'm not going for that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I could not pinpoint like a particular motive because she didn't show any, to be perfectly honest. But the fact that like, you know, she gave in, she may have had like
with her. I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, well, but that was like, you know, senior year of high school, you know, so I don't
care. Boss, anything that is over you in any type of way. I don't even care if they're younger than me. I mean, younger than me, younger than you. If it was even you were working at a place, so you know, whatever, 16, whatever. No, I'm gonna say like you're 8. No, what can I say? Like, okay, you're 17. The person is what, 16, but they have been working for a while. I'm trying to make it make sense, but I'm saying a person that can be in a higher position than you, but even still be younger than you is still not going to be right. It will work the other way, girl and boy, but trying to make it in your position is a little bit different. So,
well, I do agree.
Any type of authoritative position over someone else, and then you're making it sexual. Business got to be business. Pleasure is pleasure. Things got to be separated. Just know.
Well, I definitely do agree that, like, you know, the concept is hard to grasp because, like I said, these particular how could I say that? These particular context, notions, and everything of, like, you know, age of consent and, you know, all of those did not start popping in until like about 15 to 20 years ago. It's very new where I grew up. Because it's just now that they're starting to get on board, like with things like, you know, homosexuality, homosexual marriage and stuff like that. They're just now starting to get into
the topic is just getting so overwhelming to me.
You see what I mean? So it's just that they're catching on. It's just that they had been like, stuck in their ways for so long that it, it was a little, it's going to, it was like very different from the way like things are here. You see what I mean? And I was just trying to get like, an opinion on like, how people would like, look at it.
Hey, look, listen. It's been 4
Yeah.
hours and 4 minutes, man. Look, I appreciate the panelists. I appreciate everybody showed love in the chat, man. Look, hey, don't be forgetting to put y'all shit, like y'all channels in y'all moderators for a reason. You're a content creator, put your fucking channel in the chat, man.
Oh, you're
I'm
about
not
to,
knocking it. But
you ready to get out of here?
no, I'm gonna end the live though, because it's 4 hours. The algorithm
Okay.
is not gonna fuck with me.
Okay.
I mean, the topic might, I don't know, it might get a lot of views. I don't know, man. This topic is crazy. We had a crazy dude up here.
Mhm.
We've been talking about people infiltrating our spaces, but I feel like we handled this pretty well. You feel me? We're not having no more misunderstoods or just Janets. We're not doing that. You see what I'm saying? This how we're gonna handle these motherfuckers from now on. We're gonna give them all the rope they need to hang themselves. Period.
I think it was a good conversation
You
until
and
you start
420
bullshitting
handled
with
it well.
us.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
it's just terrible that I just came in so late.
No, that's all right, man. Sorry. You know, I just good to know I got reinforcements. I'm gonna end the live, but we can chill in the back as long as y'all want. You ain't gotta drop off.
We'll have the conversation.
Thank y'all for watching. We're gonna think of another topic later when I decide to go live again.
Good night.
All right.